Welcome back. Good morning, everyone. Hope we are doing well heading into the action here in Series 17. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. But Charlie, before we kind of delve deep into the games, how are you feeling about today? Yeah, it should be a good game. Obviously, a lot of these are kind of promotion games, which is going to be pretty good. Obviously, having the 2-1 records, which is going to be it's going to be a nice one. We get to see some teams progress. Obviously, though, if you are new here to the CCT, we can give you kind of a rundown of the schedule. Kind of obviously play-ins, Swiss stage, then playoffs. So we can bring that up as well. Charlie, something that I really would like to talk about is I'd love to see the Swiss stage right now. I'd love to see kind of the outcomes because let's be honest. We've seen a lot of teams already eliminated that we'd kind of expect maybe normally a ticket to playoffs, but already out 0-3, which is very surprising. I think a team we've got to talk about being 9. You look at their round difference, -8. A lot of the games they did come close. Obviously, that forfeit loss to Sashi towards the end is always a tough one. But even still, I feel like teams like 9, like Ecstatic, we've seen them make fairly deep runs in previous series. And they're already out. Look back to Series 15. Ecstatic was second. They were in the grand finals. And now they're already out. Yeah. I think a lot of these sides already, we've seen Bait and Fnatic progress. I think these teams are, expected to get their way there. But as seen a little bit earlier, we have got that first game in Spirit Academy versus Alliance, and we were having a little bit of a chat, weren't we, about maybe the discrepancy in these teams' kind of HLTV ratings and their current ranks. I feel like this game is going to be a real uphill battle for Alliance. Don't get me wrong; they've done very well to best teams like Sinners, like Na'Vi Jr., but I think this is going to be another big test for them. Look, Spirit Academy, Alliance, two sides that we're going to be seeing. Why don't we bring up the rosters here? We'll start things off with Spirit Academy. I feel like you just have to look at their games. Obviously, their game against Ecstatic, it was a 13-3, of which Robbo actually was really, really impactful. And in fact, it was kind of Kayusuke who wasn't that top performer. Mokujin as well was playing really, really well. You look at that Fnatic loss. Yes, they lost 2-0, but it was 13-11s on both Nuke and Train. So it's clear that this Spirit Academy roster are ready to compete and are looking really to kind of dominate. And I think a lot of the time we saw the Spirit Academy kind of brought into the CCTs and playing some other online events, and we were thinking, okay, well, they're beating some teams who are a little bit better than them. Let's see what the heights they can get to. But now they've climbed, ever close to top 30. Yeah. A ridiculous statement to be made. But look, I'm excited by this roster. Charlie, do you want to touch upon any of the individuals on this side? I feel like it's quite obvious. One player always seemingly in the limelight, but maybe we can touch upon someone else.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'd specifically pick someone slightly different. Honestly, I'm going to go for Ocarin. I mean, there's a lot of players on this team in general. I think one in particular that I think we're going to be screaming their name quite a bit today. But I think the first thing that is just so impressive, this team's average age is 17. This is outrageous. The fact that they are pushing, they're breaching into that top 30 side now. I mean, this is unbelievable. I don't know if we have seen a team since that sort of Mouse NXT that has been this young, that is having this level of success at this age. There's so many names that we can point out. Honestly, I don't think there's a single name we can leave out. And that's the thing. You can look at stats all you like and say, oh, these players are playing better than certain others, but it's all about the impact and what happens on the server. And some things you can only truly understand through the eye test, and every single player on this team passes that test.
Yeah. Look, it's got to be said. The scouts at Spirit Academy clearly very good at their job, because it seems time and time again you look at the kind of successes from this Spirit Academy side and you can just see so much success. Obviously the most impressive probably going to be Donk, I think that's safe to say, but look, there's been plenty of other names that have played on the Spirit Academy roster in the past and have already progressed into these higher teams, and I'm sure plenty of these names are going to be seen, maybe in 6 months, maybe a year's time in some of these top 10, top 20 sides. But on the flip side though, the side that we are maybe a little bit saying to be the underdogs in Alliance, but I think it's got to be said, you look at that game against Sinners, you look at that Inferno map, 13-2 on your opponent's map pick, that really shows that this Alliance roster are a far different side to what we'd expect. I think Alliance are a side that we've seen in plenty of CCTs before, whether it's in the play-ins, whether it's in the Swiss stage, and they haven't really kind of hit their form yet, have they? But today could be that day. You best a team like Spirit Academy, and I think you're making some noise, right? But who here do you think is going to be that top performer?
I mean, I think we looked at sort of the other side of things in Spirit Academy and said, oh, there's a lot of players on that team who can step up, and the whole team right now is feeling like a really well-oiled machine. I'll be honest, this Alliance team for me really does hurt, because it feels like we haven't seen much improvement despite any roster changes that they have made. They rarely do so. You've got the core of Avid, Twist, and Pleasant, and it feels like these guys, we know what they can do individually. On their own, we know what they can do, but it just feels like something's not clicking the complete right way that we want. But I'm hoping this year is going to be a complete fresh start for this team. I do think it needs to be. They have brought in Era recently, and in terms of previous rosters that we have seen this guy on, I like what I see. I think there's a lot of talent in a player like Era. So I'm hoping Era, honestly, not just for today's game, I think for the future of this Alliance team, I hope he is going to be that difference maker that they need. It feels like we've just seen them slowly trickle down the rankings over these years or so. And it feels like we're still waiting to see the peak of this team, and it's sort of been like we're waiting for a couple of years now.
Yeah, but look, they've got the chance to progress today. Obviously, it's no elimination, so you lose here. Okay, you've still got another chance to do it. But Charlie, an important factor for both these teams' success is going to be the vetoes. And what are you thinking there? I think obviously we're expecting Inferno to be gone from Spirit. I don't really know whether Alliance are going to ban Train or ban Mirage. They've opted for the Mirage, which means Train's a possibility. I think that could be an interesting one, but I think realistically, Alliance should be banning it in the next phase, right? But we've got Dust 2 and Ancient.
Have been playing it. It's not exactly a map that they... I mean, it's not exactly great for Alliance so far. They didn't want to get him, but it is something they're clearly comfortable enough to have in their veto. I'd love to see what happens if it is that Train decider, but... do Alliance have the nerve? And they certainly do. Train is going to be played. I mean, this is a map that it feels like we're still in a really weird spot, and it's sort of even tough to look at stats in general on this, because things feel like they change so heavily in terms of game to game. We're still in that spot where the meta is still waiting to be defined. We're still waiting to see if any teams are going to be the ones to do that. And a lot of teams at this level are normally the ones to really find these cheeky plays that eventually go up the tiers in CS to C. I don't hate it from Alliance. I don't hate sort of leaving Train as that decider. Sure, things haven't been great for them in the past, but maybe in a series like this, when things aren't exactly... all sunshine and rainbows in terms of the head-to-head, maybe you do need a bit of a gimmick.
Well, look, I think that it was either Train or Nuke, and from what we've seen from Spirit Academy on Nuke, obviously I said they really took it the distance against Fnatic, which is obviously an impressive result in itself. Obviously they pushed Train to the distance as well, but yeah, I think for Alliance, they're clearly not too confident on Nuke. They've not played it that much, and they've got a 50% win rate, so I don't mind the Train. I think if it does get to Train, that could be an interesting kind of final battleground here. But Charlie, why don't we... I'd like to say, well, I was going to say let's have a little bit of time for predictions, but I've just got word from production that we're going to be heading into the action on map number 1 on Dust 2. So let's see how that kind of unfolds, and I guess we can have our little chats about prediction then. But big game here. I think both sides, they can smell promotion, they can smell playoffs, and I think it's going to be a real test here. I think Alliance, certainly the underdogs here, but would you say it'd be difficult to kind of bet on them or to kind of gamble that you think they're going to take it?
I mean, this is the thing with this Alliance roster. It feels like every time I count them out, they prove me wrong, but every time I back them, they just fall flat. So it feels like you never really know what to predict. I'm hoping that this is the change that we've been waiting for this team in this year. So I wouldn't say it's definitely not impossible for them to win. By no means, I think they always have a chance. But it's just, can they deliver on the day? Avid in the pit in long, able to find one, but just looking at the kill disparity, you need him to at least find two, I think. It's such a tough position for Pleasant and Twist to be in.
Well, look, I think realistically for Alliance, they've got their two strongest maps as map 1 and map number 2. I think they've done very well in that regard. Obviously, Spirit Academy, Dust is one of their strongest, and Ancient's not too bad either. So I think when it comes to these first two maps, I think we really do have an opportunity for a 2-0. I think we talk about confidence being such a big factor, but Kaiusuke going to be aggressing here onto the bomb site. Pleasant repositioning. Oh, nice find from Pleasant. Keeps this round very much within the realms of possibility. The problem is he's now trapped, but finds it very comfortable. Pleasant, though, cannot do enough to close out the round. Spirit Academy, they will get the pistol here from the double to put both Pleasant and Twist to rest from Kaiusuke. So, Spirit Academy, they start how they mean to end here on Dust 2 with victory.
Yeah, good start to the pistol round there. Yeah, that heavy man advantage. And Pleasant, nice work there. Really trapped towards Gandalf, but seemingly Twist was the one taking most of the presence away from him. Yeah, most of the pressure. He was the one taking a lot more damage, but it's around victory for Spirit Academy, and we are seeing that hero scout. Yeah, we see a few teams do it nowadays. It feels like on this map, more than any, especially if the T-side plays slow, that scout can have so much impact.
See, I don't know if you just saw, Ira went for a quick peek in mid, saw nothing, went back and sold the scout. I quite like the idea of that. Yeah, very, because you know you can able to get yourself posted. If you spot a player up there, you're gonna get the tag or the kill. But the fact he spots nothing, he's just able to refund it, and I really like little gimmicks like that. I think they can be so valuable. Whether we'll see something similar from Ira in the future, whether it's kind of a half buy and he's got enough money to bring out an AWP, that'll be an interesting question. But the rifle's doing well here. Kaiusuke, second kill found. Looking to make it a third. He will eventually do so. Switches to that USP, but Robbo's Galil can find. So just the one casualty here for Spirit Academy. Not the end of the world. 2 Galils, 2 AKs saved, and I'm guessing we're going to see an AK dropped across. But this is the type of start that if you're Reliant, you're worried about. Kaiusuke's 5-0, Charlie. A real confidence booster getting that triple. We spoke about the double as well. And look, you look at that pistol round, and OK Pleasant as well. They're in a 2 versus 4. The fact it comes close is quite impressive as well. But Alliance is going to be their first true battleground, their first true test here with the rifles in play. Utility not perfect, so I think the attempt to take long could be a bit of a risky one. And, oh, Mockajin, great find onto Uppy. And Robbo's taking this control towards short with the smoke down. Flashbang coming through. Won't be needed as there's no one residing, but it's a kind of a just in case. I like it from Ira. He drops a smoke and plays in front of it. It's a cheeky way to try and find a multitude of frags, but nice from Kaiusuke. Big kill. Swing coming through from Ira. No trade seen, and now Pleasant looks to swing. Damage is all he's found. Eventually the bullets connect onto Alcaran, but a 3-on-1 here for Avid. He's taking control to top tunnels, but Sypho is well prepared. All going to be about timing here, and Avid dropped down so low. And this is where surely just has to be a save. I think there's no value in Avid searching for anything. It's 9 HP, no utility, no defuse kit. But Spirit Academy, again, it seemed like Alliance, even though they lost that early opener towards long, it seemed like they had a great game plan of what they wanted to achieve towards short. But I think the problem is just bullets weren't connecting quick enough. It allowed for Spirit Academy to kind of get set up for trades.
Yeah, I mean, it actually looked a little bit sloppy at times for Spirit Academy. I think they probably could have looked to trade Kaiusuke onto short, get that opening onto the A bomb site. I felt like they were a little slow and a little bit caught out by certain positions, but look, like you said, Alliance didn't hit the bullets quick enough, Spirit Academy did. And sometimes that can be the difference maker, but that initial 1v1 there from the mid player onto Kaiusuke, and the fact that he's the one to come out on top of there, where he looked pretty down and out, just shows the capability of this side. And at that point, it basically just felt like the man advantages were always in favour of the T's and able to close things out. I mean, look at that. Great find there. I mean, it had to be a kill from Pleasant quicker. Did eventually get a bit, just allowed the trade to instantly come through. But it's a 3-0 start. The weapon from Avid was able to be saved, but it is still just a partial buy.
Put an R8 revolver in play on Era. I feel like whenever you see that weapon in play, you're hoping for the brilliance that it can provide, but a lot of the time, we don't really get that success. What I would have really actually liked to see an Avid drop over a Hero M4, and then we could have had, you know, 3 armored pistols, a rifle, or 2 rifles, sorry, and you got a chance. And okay, yeah, it does mean that Avid's probably on an MP9 or a FAMAS in the next, but they're going to have full loss bonus. I think it can be a really creative way of just having a good chance of finding a round, because when you look at it like this, we've got 2 unarmored pistols, a Deagle, a 5.7, obviously on Uppy and Plessing, and that Hero M4. So I think it would have been nicer to see another weapon dropped across, but Spirit Academy, once again, they're looking to take control towards middle. Era just posted up on short, Avid close by, but with the smoke down. Oh, okay. Smoke or not, Era still finds, and Era again with the R8 revolver. I said sometimes you can see the brilliance of this weapon. Surely not again. Oh, Era.
Not far off. Got his angles lined up. Got his angles trained. It is Man Advantage Alliance.
Oh, Alcaren's in a very treacherous position. Will take down the rifle and minimal bullets in the magazine, and Twist can fight. Although it's the B bomb site they're retaking, they've got numbers, they've got flashes, and Uppy, he's just ready and waiting here. Smoke could actually be a bit of a double-edged sword, because now they're just going to negate this angle, and Uppy can push through. Luckily, Sypho is holding, and through he goes, but Sypho late to realise. Robbo can find him, though, in the AWP. Posted up on Era. He'd love to save this weapon. A very high casualty round here for Spirit Academy, especially with them being against very minimal weapons, but the R8 revolver, it does provide.
Yeah, it gives us a bit of a highlight reel there. 2 kills through the smoke with the R8. I mean, the fact that Era was able to retrieve a defuse kit as well made that round super possible. They would have loved to maybe have a single flashbang or something else to work with. I mean, here it is. Look at that. Headshot there. I mean, the thing is, the R8 actually does outrageous amounts of damage, even if you just hit a body shot. To a point where I feel like there's an unknown meta that's still yet to be waiting to be revealed with the R8. I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of it. Here again through a smoke. Smoke criminal today.
The fact you're putting the R8 and the word meta in the same sentence is crazy.
Is something there. I think it would be something like MP9s are. You know, we saw those MP9 rounds like a couple of months ago where every team
5 MP9. Yeah.
It feels like, I don't know, 3 R8s and 2 MP9s. The R8's just going for body shots. They're like 15. It's like an AWP shot legging you. It's not a bad gun. Throw an MP9 on there to farm a bit of cash. I think there's something to it.
I feel like the R8 is really the Marmite of CS.
But
Twist now. Ooh, late Molotov. Yeah, oh yeah. Ooh, Uppy falling. Yeah, that can't be happening. HE grenade dealing so much damage. Great from Pleasant. Kayusuke and Mokajin, though, opening things up here. Pleasant through the smoke. Might look to try and deny, but Sypho and the AWP posted up. And now it's all on Avid. Spirit Academy very well prepared for Avid's retake. They've got the knowledge that he is the B player, so short is going to be the next point of contention. Avid, he's got to go through this. He can't just sit and wait. Sypho must have heard the jump there or spotted him above the smoke. Nice round there from Sypho. It got costly at moments, but he was quick to get that trade onto Pleasant and obviously finding Avid at the end. Spirit Academy, they are looking very nice here.
I mean, it's brilliant util from the CTs. We have to say that. A good amount of HE grenades just whittling away at players, taking down Robo as well. But it's the fact that the actual bomb site defense just wasn't really there. It felt like the retake util was good, or at least the rotating players util. But the fact that we just see no one actually directly get killed who are holding that site, it just makes it feel everything slightly too easy for Spirit Academy. And it's a 5-0 start, one that looks like it's destined to be 6. Robo peeks, finds one. Pleasant now here towards the lower tunnel to Robo with a nice double. Spots out a player towards shore. And it's so much information. You can look at the minimap now, and Spirit are converging onto that B bomb site.
Yeah, something I absolutely love that. Just the crosshair placement alone of Robo. It feels like he's going into a very difficult scenario with that double tunnel setup, especially with them being those MP9s. But just 2 quick shots there. I don't love that Spirit Academy are giving some opportunities here to the Pistols, but it's clear they feel very confident. Weapon can now be retrieved. Bit of a missed HE grenade, but Uppy's been spotted now, and Robo tapping away. Native the smoke leaves, Twist out in the open. And Spirit Academy, yes, they're going for the hunt. Is it necessary? No. But the way in which they deal with it, it's just so effective. It seemed like although Alliance kind of had that smoke down and they were forcing Spirit Academy in, it seemed like Spirit Academy weren't scared whatsoever.
I mean, look, they were basically going for the hunt when they had everyone alive. I understand, like, if they did lose someone beforehand, because you're like, oh, I don't want to save the weapon. They basically opted for it when the only thing to take away is that Kevlar. Yeah, not even Kevlar with head armor, just Kevlar. And it just feels like that's where Spirit Academy are at right now. They're like, that's $650 we don't want them to have. We want to remove that from everyone.
They're just so confident that they're going to win every single duel. This double B setup, though, could be costly. They spotted one on the back of the bomb site. Sypho, not quick there. With the smoke dropped, it makes things quite difficult here for the low HP Sypho. And out the smoke, swinging Avid. Alcaren now towards middle, searching for something, searching for a rotation. He is tucked away in the cubby, but I believe his gun will be able to be spotted. Era, though, towards CT. Elevated angle. Smoke drop now, and Avid looks as though he wants to peek towards doors. Mokujin, great find onto Era. And now they can back away. They do have a minute to work with. Bomb on the back of Alcaren. Great from Avid, though, to retake this control and kind of ensure that mid isn't going to be that end goal. And Uppy, oh, Uppy! Not the greatest of sprays whatsoever. He's had a tough game so far. Currently 1-7. And now Mokujin with the bomb.
Or the nade.
Yeah, the HE could do a lot of damage, but Avid, and they want to settle for the boost. And oh, Mokujin. He gives his life up a little bit unnecessarily. A great find from Alcaren. Realising the second player is close by. Oh, a quick attempt from Alcaren. It is just the tap of the bomb here, though. Posted up on the angle, but Alcaren so quick there. Excellent shots there in Spirit Academy. They continue their reign here on Dust 2. A 7-0 start. Look, we spoke about this game being maybe a bit of a David and Goliath story, but it seems there are no rocks in that slingshot.
I mean, look at this. It's a round finally. Alliance feel like it has to go their way. It's an opening kill. They found another one thanks to Era. They're in a 2 versus 4 man advantage. You're in such a good spot, and yet somehow these two players claw it out of nowhere. Mokujin, he did great initially there, and Alcaren just finished, clean things up basically. Tactical pause from Alliance, and you can't blame him. You're 0-7 down. What do you have to show for this game so far?
Look, I think the biggest problem is Era's got the AWP posted up in CT. He goes down to Mokujin, and then we see the missed shots from Uppy. And look, it's going to happen. It happens all the time. You know, you're not going to be able to have kind of perfect aim throughout the whole game. But the problem is you're against a side who, when you talk about perfect, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Spirit Academy don't have the tactics on their side as well and kind of the stratagem, but it seems like a lot of these rounds are made possible here from Spirit Academy because they are just hitting better shots. But yeah, that's a big mistake from Alliance. I think that was their chance back into the game. Spirit Academy, the fact they've already won the half with 5 more to play, certainly not the most confident of results currently for Alliance, but there's still plenty more CS to be seen here on Dust, and you'd hope for Alliance that they kind of get into gear at some point soon. Great opener from Mokujin, though.
That's his 5th opening kill he's found so far. Mokujin's injuries have been insane. He's got 8 kills. 5 of them have been the opening kill. He's done wonders for Spirit Academy so far, and he's just so good at breaking open parts of real estate across the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think the fact that Spirit Academy, not only do they have Mokujin to kind of open things up on bomb sites, but they got Kyusuke to kind of clear everything up.
Literally everyone's had big impact this game. A lot of players are very similar in kills. We've seen Alcaren with 1 versus 2. Sypho in that 2 versus 2 had some big impact with that retrieved AWP.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone on Spirit Academy so far. And this is the scary thing about this roster. And there's a lot of rosters who are trying to do similar things and similar teams where it's full of young talent. Because everyone has the ability to be a star player, at any given moment, they can all step up at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, and also
it's so tough to try to contain that many possible frags.
Yeah, and I think as well, when it comes to Spirit Academy, it's not as though they have a kind of... Obviously, Mokujin's done a lot of the opening kills here, but it's not as though they need a specific entry frag. Every single one of them can take up that mantle, because we saw it from Robbo when he was progressing down middle, where he found that double towards lower tunnels. It just seems like everyone on Spirit Academy can be the kind of the opener, the entry point for them. And I think right now, Alliance, you look at the individuals, okay, yes, Avid's finding a couple kills towards the end of rounds, and he's, I guess, a bit consolation prizes, and obviously, Ira's had a good job at finding openers in middle with the AWP, but I think the problem is, you're comparing firepower, and it's somewhat non-existent, but RP, nice find here. We'll take down Mokujin. Early engagement goes away from him, and now Spirit Academy disadvantaged. But I think we all know it doesn't mean a surefire round. It doesn't mean anything for Alliance as of yet. They've still got another 4 more kills to find, and certainly won't be easy.
I mean, look, they've had opening kills this game so far and still yet to convert any of those rounds. So they do have to be so disciplined here. This could be a humiliation here in the opening game of this series. Twist tasked to defend mid. It's a strong setup towards B. 3 players around this portion of the map. Twist, what can he find? Finds the first, back up for the second, so Robbo does get the trade, but gets quickly taken down. Fly from Sofo, and now Plesson's isolated towards this bomb site. Right for the flashbang, and no bullets in Plesson's mag, but just enough actually to find Sofo.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds on the clock, and Alcaran now realising his only chance is to hit towards B. He's got to try and find Plesson, and a no-scope through the wall. Alcaran, he's low HP. He's going to drop the flash to try and blind. Nice attempt there from Hera. I like the idea here from Alcaran. Looks for the peak, and we'll find it. Minimal time now, and up he could swing at any moment. Taking down Alcaran. The bomb will go down. The amount of casualties seen there, it's got to be said, Alcaran does a very good job there in that 1 versus 3.
I mean, that's the thing. It feels like you can't count out any round for this Spirit Academy team right now. Alcaran,
certainly not.
You can see his eyes glued to tunnels there. I reckon if you gave him the choice, he probably would have regretted planting in that spot as soon as he started tapping and punching in the digits. But I mean, look, the round got so close. Brilliant first find. Great work to get the second as well. You can see Era just not ready for that at all.
I think as well, the fact that Alcaran doesn't spot anything towards CT after finding Era, I think that should have been a quite easily identifiable...
I mean, he might have looked at it because Era was just literally knife out towards the bomb site, maybe thinking, oh, there's someone just tucked behind the doors waiting for
maybe.
him. But you never know. Another
Here again,
kill for Alliance, and it's Era again. He is, I mean, by far the player with the most opening kills on Alliance. But they've got to start to convert more of these rounds. I mean, how many are you looking at the halftime switch do you think Alliance need? Because this is a domination, to be fair.
They need the final 3. Look, let's not beat around the bush here. Let's just be quite honest and obvious. I think Alliance, they give Spirit Academy a 9-3 scoreline. I think there's very little confidence that Alliance can come back here on Dust. I think the one positive is, okay, yeah, Dust 2, it is their opponent's map selection, but we spoke about the fact that Alliance, they favour Dust, they favour Ancient, so do Spirit Academy. So I think if there was any chance of Alliance to come back and not only have a chance to take things on Dust, but to take the series, you'd expect this to be a very close series. You'd expect, you know, a very, very contentious affair here on Dust. Nice trade there from Mokujin. Quick swing from Avid. Nice find. Not quick enough for Robbo to readjust. And Kayusuke taken down. Great round there from Avid.
Yeah, stronghold towards B. And Alliance desperately needed that. I mean, Flashbang was great. The initial play from Spirit Academy is brilliant. But it's the fact that Pleasant is able to get 1 fully blinded, given time to reset. And then Avid just so much room. You can see time's a little bit off here. Avid just 3 1v1s, and he'll take that every day. But obviously, in theory, if Pleasant doesn't find that 1, there wouldn't be 3 1v1s. It would have been 2 players pushing towards the B site. And then there, you maybe look, Avid doesn't find all 3. Maybe he's only able to find 1 before getting traded. So, it is these little things, but I like the idea of the round for Spirit Academy. Just good positioning from Pleasant to avoid their gaze for that time being. But money is finally in an awkward spot, so Alliance do have that chance to find these 4 rounds that you think they do need.
Yeah, it's going to be the half buy here, though, from Spirit Academy. We've got the Scout on Alcaran. We've got the Hero AK on Kaiusuke, and I think that's a great decision. I think if there's going to be a player to kind of have that impact, to be that difference maker, and try and provide success, it will be the likes of Kaiusuke. But that's this Scout falling, now retrieved by Mokujin. Deep smoke outside here towards Long. Quick reposition here from Sifo. Nader the smoke, an attempt for Era through there, and oh, Mokujin falling. Nice find there from Pleasant, just tapping away at top middle. They're going to be heard here. We've not been quiet about this in the slightest, and in doing so, the CT's now glued to short.
Surely finding at least one doesn't. So much damage dealt though. Kaiusuke will go down. Robo Scout taking down Twist. Switches to the Deagle. Onto the AK. There is still a chance around like this, but Pleasant, position alone, won't catch up anyone. Robo finds 53 seconds on the clock. There's still time to play with.
The HE grenade. Absolutely unfortunate there from Avid. He sends the HE in. Uppy, though, far favoured in this 1v1, but already, this is where Uppy's got to be worried. He's glued towards CT. Oh, it's all going to be about timing. I think Robin might have spotted him. Just needs to get his gun out and he'll spot out Uppy. How has this round gone the way of Spirit Academy? Absolutely ridiculous, but the 4K there from Robbo is excellent.
I mean, this is what I mean. You can't count anyone on this team out. I love how Robbo played that. That final kill is excellent. It's not in terms of the kill he gets, in terms of how he gets it. Just a head down crouch, aware that he's not going to spot him crossing and assume he's dropped down, assume he's gone back short, something along the lines of that, but he doesn't. He stays on low HP and takes the fight because he knows this is his best opportunity. Why give a risk of planting on the other side of the map and taking a 1v1? We can just take someone down, back turned, catch them off. Brilliant.
The best part there. The best part of all of it is you look at those fights for Robbo. Apart from the last one, it seems though he's unfavoured in all of those altercations. Not only is it the kind of the jump up there from Pless and the nade of the smoke from Avid, but also the scout shot was excellent as well. And I think it's a perfect kind of perfect round for Robbo because he's done all the hard work, and then the last kill's just so easy because he's just outbrained Uppy. He's gone silent. Uppy's assumed that he's gone through the smoke, holding towards long doors, and he just shifts around the back at the back of the bomb site. Absolutely excellent, but Mokujin now searching for the opener here towards A. Steps will have been heard here. Double short setup. Smoke's landing. Molly to Gandalf now. 2 mollies in play. Uppy going to be fully blinded, but so is Mokujin. But great utility here. Oh, aware of Era's position now. This is the final round of the half. Molotov going to force Era back even further, and there's a smoke for him to work upon as well. A tough retake here without utility, without a defuse kit. And let's be honest, without a chance. I feel like there's a very small chance of Alliance finding this one. And with Alcaran getting that shot, things go from bad to worse. We've got a low HP Plesson that surely going to go down to Mokujin. Oh, Plesson in fact finding Robbo. But we've got a flank coming through. Sifo behind Era. And there it is. A 10-2 half here for Spirit Academy. A slight blip on their resume in round number 9 and 10, but I don't think they'll be too bothered about it. Double digits achieved here in the first half.
I mean, look, we can even go into this and say, oh, if Spirit Academy have a bad CT side, because maybe they can't set the tempo as much. I don't think it matters. They're so far ahead. It's such an excellent T side. And the fact that both their halves on T and TD are so even is so impressive for this team as well. That's not the case. A team like Spirit Academy, on paper, I would look at and say, yeah, I imagine they are better on the T side, just because of the nature of how they play. But they're so...
just so good.
They're so good, yeah. What a better way to say, yeah. Such a good team right now.
It's crazy. As you pointed out right at the start of kind of the start of the pre-show, and I think a lot of people forget this team is average age is 17.4. We're not even adults yet.
Bad about yourself, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. I've had 7 years of CS experience on most of these players. Yeah. I'm barely 2K like.
I mean that's the thing. Honestly, it is magical to watch, and it does feel like this CIS region. I don't know what they've got in the water, but whatever it is producing some world-class talent. And sure, it's right now a lot of it is potential, and obviously potential can go unfulfilled. But I mean, I struggle to look at this team and say, I don't think any of them are going to make it. You know, it feels like this team just has all the pieces that it needs, and it's so well balanced. But you have to also give credit, of course, to someone like Sotvic, who is going to be behind the scenes, who I imagine has a lot of work that he's done with this team. He's been with them for a while, and I mean, all credit goes to him and the players right now. But it's early on in the series. I don't want to fanboy about this team too much just yet. But after this performance of Dust, Alliance, they're in for an impossible comeback or just a very tough comeback?
Yeah, I think maybe closer to impossible, but I think Robbo's had a really good game for a player that we a lot of the time we expect to go a little bit kind of well, a lot of the time overshadowed by players like obviously Kayusuke, Alcaraz, Mokujin, Cypher, but Robbo right now is having a really good game, and I think that's all you can ask for from your in-game leader. I think right now Robbo, okay, yeah, a lot of the time, vast majority of the time, he's not going to be having these crazy games, but it's the games like this where Robbo is providing that, to me, you know the game's won. Maybe that's a little bit too harsh to say for Alliance, but the fact that Robbo's the top performer, and 9 times out of 10 he's at the bottom, is just so vastly impressive that I think right now Alliance, you know, do they have that top performer? Right now, Plessin's 11 and 12. You know, it's not the greatest of performance here from Alliance, and look, I think Alliance have had a very good run so far. I think that's got to be said. Look, they bested what, Sinners 2-0, I want to say. They beat Navi Junior.
Yeah, but this isn't what concerns me about Alliance. It's the fact of how many decently man advantage rounds, or even just man advantage rounds, they have let slip.
Yeah.
Or have been extremely close to. Think of Ulcron's 1 versus 3 that he almost won. There's been just so many of these moves, and they're the easy ones. They're the things that you should be able to sort out in preparation. We'll slow down, we'll play things as a team. But yeah, it's been tough. I mean, look at the confidence, yeah.
I'd be scared if I was a T right now. You're going into the stack. Bit of an awkward fight here, but Mokujin besting. Mokujin, didn't really see the value in him swinging there. I think he could have just stayed towards top mid. Alcaraz was there, just protecting him. Robbo's in a deep position here. Twist. This is outside B, but we'll be backing away. It is going to be a play through A. And look, Alliance have got a big task on their hands if they want to try and not only keep Dust competitive, but chance for victory. I love the idea here from Cypher.
Yeah, it's just
Robbo's going to come short.
Nerve. And yeah, with Robbo, he's probably going to have a much easier time of that. There'll be a point where he starts to get paranoid about other positions, and still could do with Robbo actually ignoring short.
Robbo's going to go for a peek here. This could go very wrong. Has been spotted, and the Julies are fighting. I thought we would have just seen Robbo kind of take a bit more of a disciplined approach, maybe play from elevator to baiting his teammate, but Alliance, pistol round victory, vital here if there's any chance of a comeback. Again, I think the initial idea from Spirit Academy is really nice, but then you see the swing from Mokujin. I don't really see the value there. He had a teammate holding for any swing. He could have just held towards top mid or you know, tucked himself behind the boxes. I don't really see the need for that. But look, Alliance, they play the pistol very well. You know, they are disciplined towards top middle. Once that contact comes through, they swing as a unit. So even if trades are needed, they're, you know, prepared for it. Couple Zeus's in play though. Alcaraz with one of the tasers here towards lower tunnels.
Yeah, I do love to get towards his Zeus. It doesn't feel as exciting as watching an R right now, because it feels like you do see a few more Zeuses than you used to.
Yeah, see, I quite like the idea of the kind of the Zeus recharge. The amount of kills that I've seen, you know, whether it's on, you know, on Twitter or something like that, where a kill comes through on the sole basis that someone drops a Zeus after shooting it to bait them in. It's just, I love that, like, slight kind of thing. But we've seen a disconnect from Uppy. Damage has been taken here from Ira, so the round isn't going to be restarted, I don't believe. So right now, Spirit Academy have a man advantage. They fully gambled here towards A. This could be a bit of a difficult one. I think Alliance needs to be very cautious here. Twist. Lucky to cross here, but steps now being made. Great opener from Triss. Taking down Kayusuke. Pleasant. Kills have been seen here. The T's do very well. No casualties, barely any damage. Obviously, we saw Ira take 10 damage at the start, but ever since, only 11 damage taken there on Avid and Twist. So, the Alliance actually do quite well there. With all things considered, yes, they had a disconnect, but the fact that hardly any damage, no more casualties onto a stacked bomb site, I think Spirit, they missed the trick there, I think.
Yeah, it could have been a real chance to look to punish Alliance, but at the end of the day, weapons are back in play. This is going to be our first real look at this Spirit Academy CT side and see what they've done on the training pitch.
Yeah,
see if they can translate it over. But I think more importantly is to see what Alliance can do to handle it. Because, I mean, on paper, I think because of obviously the new CS2 rounds, each game does look a lot closer than I think it would have back on CSGO. Look, they're 6 rounds away now. They win this round. Next thing we know, they're probably going to be 4 rounds away. And that's when things don't look too dire, really. I mean, it still look tough. It always will be. But we can start to have a conversation. But I think step 1 is winning this one. And it's going to be trying to do it as convincingly as possible. Start to build a bank. You saw what happened with Spirit Academy. How dominantly they were winning. 8-0. And very quickly, they financially became drained. Even after that. So I think if Alliance can win a round like this, they can do so in a decent fashion. Obviously, they are going to still have some limitations. We've got 3 Galils in play. We have that Mac 10. Uppy doesn't have a ton of money, but we'll probably see a Galil dropped over to him. This feels like one of the Spirit's best chance to punish Alliance in this one.
Well, I think as well, we've got to take into account that a fair few clutches were won from Spirit Academy's T side. Yeah. Look, I think, you know, if we really look at it, we could be seeing maybe a 6-8 or a 7-7 scoreline right now, because we saw that 1v1 from Robbo, but it was, you know, he got the 4K, Alcoren's 1v2. I think Cypher had a 1v2 as well, if I'm not mistaken.
2v2, but he
did a lot of
But I mean, there's a lot of rounds like that.
Yeah,
where,
exactly.
Don't forget Alcoren, Mokajin, they won that 2 versus 4. And it's just not a lot of players surviving. A lot of 2 players stepping up big. So yeah, they never particularly were in a massive position to sort of have 5 players surviving every round. So, I mean, that's something I suppose we can give to Alliance. They didn't get ran over or bulldozed in every single round that they did play. But at the end of the day, Spirit Academy did deserve to have a hefty lead. That's what they ended up getting. But it's now Alliance's turn to see if they can turn things around. If not for map number 1, hopefully to give them a bit more of a chance on map number 2. Because there's nothing worse than starting off a series. Imagine if this ended sort of like 13-3, 13-2. It is one of the ones where you now don't just have an issue of, okay, let's get ready with 1 map down. It's, okay, now let's reset after that. Because that was tough. Yeah, and we've got to make sure we're all in the right headspace again. And it just is another challenge on top, rather than just getting ready for map number 2.
Yeah, and I think as well, games at this level, where you look at a map and you can't really take many positives away, are always a scary thing for a side. Especially with it being a map that they look pretty decent on. You know, overall, this being statistically their second best map here, Alliance. You know, if we did see that 13-2, even if we see a 13-4, I think Alliance will realise, okay, well, what do we really have to say for ourselves? What did we really show? Obviously, I'm not saying that, you know, Ancient's going to be the same. I'm sure Alliance are going to be looking a little bit better there. But I think at the same time, Spirit Academy, it's not as though Alliance have tried to kind of counterbalance the vetoes and try and kind of, you know, play to Spirit Academy's weakness. And I think one of the main reasons that they've not been able to do that is not many maps look as though they're Spirit Academy's weakness. Right now, you're looking at the maps that they've played. They've got above a 50% win rate on every map. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I suppose the best argument you can make is something like Train. Solely because there's not a big sample size. I mean, that's what I mean. We do have it. So maybe that will be a chance for Alliance to be able to see what they can do on map number 3. But I mean, that's what I mean. That's sort of the only argument you can make for a weak map. The Spirit Academy right now, and even then it feels like you're reaching a little bit with it only being 2 maps played, you know. It's not exactly like we've had enough to go off of. But I think most teams on Train I don't really care if you play 10 maps on it with 0% win rate. I still don't think we've seen enough of the map. There's still so much to learn. There's still so much to work on. I mean, if you do have 10 maps played on train and not a single win, I would be a little bit concerned. But
yeah. Obviously, it seems like Uppy has got some slight issues regarding connectivity. So, Charlie, I think what we will do is jump to a break, and hopefully we'll be back on the action here on Dust in a matter of moments. A swift return back here on Dust 2, the selection of Spirit Academy. If you're only just tuning in, a 10-2 scoreline on Spirit Academy's T side. Now Alliance, they've won the pistol, they've bested the eco, and a true test to be had. But Charlie, do you think they can do it? Do you think they can make things competitive and maybe even give a chance to find things on Dust?
Honestly, I'll let you know after this round. I think this is such a pivotal round for them. I mean, look, we've got Avid still on a Mac 10. You understand why they're doing something like this, keeping sort of weaker weapons in it because they want to build their own money. I don't actually know if you have many options to do that. But sure, if they lose this round, you can kind of buy. But there's a point where if they lose this round, their chances are dwindling significantly. Spirit Academy is just 3 rounds away from taking this one, and it feels like you kind of want people to have the best chance in every single one of them, especially when this isn't going to be a great buy for Spirit Academy. Sure, they've got the M4s out, but look at the money that they have remaining.
Yeah, I've got
utility, sorry.
I've got to say, I like how Alliance are playing this. I think they know that Spirit Academy aren't going to shy away from an aggressive approach. And I think, obviously, as you touched upon the utility not being perfect, I think Alliance, if they play this slowly, they can look to regroup towards the end and kind of bombard a bomb site and, you know, overwhelm a little bit. So I like the idea here from Alliance. I think this has got to be their game plan throughout their T side. They've got to recognize that Spirit Academy are going to look to take some space. They're not going to shy away from early engagement. So I think if Alliance can continue with this, you know, set strategy, I think right now, I think that's their best chance, that's their best odds, because they've got to try and kind of utilize what they do have, the advantages they have, and obviously that being the util here. I like the idea of this. I'm guessing Plesson's going to look to try and make his way through, but Sypho finds him. Sypho takes down Plesson, and that fight never should have gone his way. And already I'm loving the setup here towards A. The Molotov going to force Alcaran out into the open. The flashbangs is good, but somehow he's been allowed to back away. And now Robbo can just be a little bit of a bait. Avid finding one towards middle, though, is excellent. Alcaran will take down Twist. We'll see a double swing come through, but Era. Great double there with the Galil. Minimal time remaining. Sypho's rotation will have been heard. We see the swing coming through. Nice find from Mokajin, and this fight is everything. Both players missing, but the last bullet in the magazine, Sypho will find. And we do see Spirit Academy have victory here.
Yeah, I mean, not a great win, if we're being honest. It came right down to the wire, and I really don't think it needed to. You saw Era had no choice but to plant the bomb. I don't really know why both CTs are swinging there. I mean, they're a little bit staggered in terms of their actual swing together. I wouldn't mind if one player swinging to delay a little bit. Well, the other one's full tucking. Era has to plant. If you swing sort of, if he taps, he won't have time. If he looks for the kill, he won't have time. He has to
10
stick
seconds.
that bomb. I mean, this is what I mean. Look, there's no time on the clock. Play the time. Spirit Academy probably win it with 3 players alive. At the end of the day, they still win the round. The issue is, their buy's going to look pretty sloppy due to that. Alliance, on the other hand, is in a similar sort of spot. Era's got an AWP out at least. There are 3 rifles alongside it. Uppy will have... Okay. Well, What a find from Orca and Scout. Through the wall headshot. And Fred, this could be the round that kills it all.
Well, at least Era's got the ult, right?
Well, he had it, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone else has got it now.
But RP's got a gun now. So
Look,
cons.
I think not, you know, we touched upon the fact that Spirit Academy could have played a little bit more disciplined in those last 15 seconds, but I think we've got to also praise Era there. The fact he gets both of them is very impressive. I think, he, you know, we didn't expect him to find those kills. The Swings probably should have got that trade. So, you know, I think, although it does go wrong for Spirit Academy, and they certainly could have played things a little bit smarter, I don't think it was just the game plan that went wrong. I think it was the missed shots as well, but Twist now, 1 versus 4. Robbo's aggressing. There's a flank coming through as well. Twist. Time is minimal. Cypher will find him. Spirit Academy get themselves 12. And look at the finances. 1,900 on Avid. To me, that's a Tech 9 and 2 flashes. Maybe even drop over a Galil to your teammates. Someone's got to do something here.
I mean, what a find that is.
Look, what are you meant to do if you're Era there?
Probably shoot when he crosses.
That's right, you best. Yeah.
I mean, great stuff as well. We didn't even comment on the tunnel state that they did. Brilliant flash to set Osuke up, and then we also saw Cypher from the upper tunnels. Era tries to test Okran. He misses 1 shot. He's not going to miss another. And it looks like it's going to end in a 13-4 fashion. This has been a real domination here on Dust 2. Alliance could not get into the game whatsoever. I mean, look at the rounds they won. They got 2 at the latter end of their CT side, and then they won the pistol and the round after. That's it. There's not a lot to write home about. There weren't a lot of full-buy victories. And Spirit Academy 3 rounds away from absolutely humiliating Alliance on Dust.
Yeah, look, I think when Spirit Academy were in that position at 10-4, I think we still knew that it was going to go their way. But I think not only do we have to praise Spirit Academy here, I think we do have to say that I think going into this game, we said this is going to be a real underdog story for Alliance, just based off the competition that they're facing off against. This is Spirit Academy. They're a team that are going to look to push top 30. Alliance aren't even in top 100, Charlie. Nice shots here, though. Sadly, it does leave Uppy in the 1 versus 3. He doesn't have the bomb.
Yeah,
and it's
I think this is just sort of a round where you're hoping you get a couple of kills, and that's probably it, because there's no chance of winning it now. And Uppy will get found from behind. I like that he's trying to challenge the AWP, though. But we'll go down eventually. Quick, yeah. I mean, what a game that was, Fred. Spirit Academy on their map selection, instantly warmed up into the server. Not slow at all. And look, we said it's going to be an uphill battle. Recent form does suggest that, and we weren't disappointed.
Yeah, look, everyone had their moments. You know, you look at Robbo. He had, you know, not only great calling, but it was excellent. That double kill in tunnels was really, really nice. Obviously, we've seen him in a couple clutches as well. I think everyone was really, really key. You touched upon Mokajin, his opening frags. I think that's always something that we're always going to highlight is the excellence that he can provide. But I think everyone for Spirit Academy had their moments. Everyone was playing really well. I think for the likes of for Alliance, we just didn't see that. And look, I think a lot of the time we'll kind of have a little bit of a talk here in the post game about how things could have gone differently. I really feel like the outcome would have always gone the way of Spirit Academy here on Dust. Ancient, though, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, selection here of Alliance. They're going to have to bring that firepower if they want any chance to progress here in this series, because the Victor going 3-1. But Charlie, obviously, before Ancient is underway, we will be jumping to a break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Heading into map number 2 in a matter of moments, Charlie, it is going to be Ancient, is the selection of Alliance. But right now, you're looking at the ratings of the Spirit Academy players throughout Dust 2, the lowest of which being 1.14, which really just goes to amplify how well everyone played on their side. What are your thoughts on Ancient? Do you think that Alliance can do it, or will we see a Spirit Academy 2-0?
I mean, I certainly think they can bring things back on Ancient. I do think map number 1 didn't exactly give me a lot of confidence, but we know what this Alliance team can do on Ancient. The thing that scares me the most, they haven't been on great form recently in terms of this map. They've lost the last 3 out of 4. The one victory they did have was against Sinners here, and that one went right the distance. 1917, that finished. But they've also been dominated quite a bit on it. Losing 13-7, 13-2, 13-9. These aren't exactly the greatest of games in terms of what we've seen from them. And it feels like Spirit Academy might be smelling blood in the water.
Look, something I've got to touch upon Pleasant, right? 107 ADR throughout that game. Look, they won, what, 4 rounds? The highest ADR on the server by, you know, quite a bit. Nearly a double the ADR of 2 players on his team. Obviously, Uppy had a tough game, 47 ADR. But look, Pleasant was doing a lot of work. Sadly, it just wasn't enough, and there just wasn't anyone else alongside him.
He top fragged the server.
Yeah.
Alongside Robbo, so that's a lot.
Had a very good game. Hopefully, we can see a little bit more from everyone else, because realistically, if they want chance for victory, if they want to try and get themselves on a back to winning ways, it's got to be now. Like, okay, yeah, it's not backs against the walls. They don't face elimination, but we've got to be seeing, you know, a little bit more from them. And look, we highlighted Uppy. You just have to look at the last couple of days for him. Not a single game he's had a rating above, you know, a 1.0. You look at his 2 most recent games, 0.48 obviously on that Dust 2. Another Dust 2 game against Cybershoki, 0.39. And I think for Uppy personally, you hope there can be a turning point. You hope there can be a you know, a far different kind of player, because realistically, it's not been great, has it? It's really not been the kind of the success story that anyone would hope for. What do you think that Alliance need to do differently here on Ancient if they want their chance to find out?
Ideally, just be present in the game. I mean, look, they're not going to be choosing side selection, so it'll be interesting what side they want. Some teams are actually been preferring the D side quite a bit on Ancient, but I'm hoping we will get to, and I imagine we will end up seeing we'll end up seeing Alliance on this T side of this map, you would imagine at least. I'm just honestly hoping we get to see them look to take this map control. Don't shy away from these fights just because, sure, Dust 2's a very individual map. We saw so many 1v1s being taken from the Spirit Academy guys, and sure, they're winning, or felt like 100% of them. But it feels like Alliance can't let that dictate their map number 2. They have to look to fight for this base. They have to look to take it, because otherwise they will fall flat here on their own map selection.
Yeah, look, definitely. I think right now Alliance have got a lot of work to do. Spirit Academy are going to be starting on this CT side, and I think right now for Alliance, they need to make sure they don't shy away, as you said. They need to make sure they're playing with confidence, because I think if you give Spirit Academy kind of justification to go for these fights and kind of the opportunity to get these openers, that's where things can get very difficult. But it's going to be a split through B. Obviously, we have got a bit of a flank coming through in Pleasant. He's going to be a bit of a late lurk, but it seems like Robbo's aware of it. Oh, great find from Alcaraz, takes down Pleasant. That is the flanker falling, and this might be the go call here for Alliance. Smoke's coming down, Twist forced away here from Cave.
Yeah, and the fact they haven't pushed through it speaks volumes here. You've given up a lot of information now, Spirit Academy. They're aware that this stack is the right call, and they've got Robbo as well, just holding any sort of rotation. Sure, they can back away through T-Spawn, but this isn't something Spirit Academy need to be worried about just yet.
Yeah, we saw a slight look from Kayusuke, having a little bit of a look whether there was another lurk, in fact, through A, but not seeing Twist now searching for an opener. Nice find on to Alcaraz, and Twist again. Okay, a quick flip hit. Twist going for more. He's found 3 kills, and now Kayusuke gets a double here from Elbow. He finds a third, and for a round that looks somewhat promising for Alliance, Kayusuke rips any chance of it away, and now it's on Era. He's got a Molotov. He's got 30 seconds to work with, but he's got the crosshair of Kayusuke to pass, and I don't think it's an easy one. Era, 20 seconds now. He's heard the steps. He needs to get closer. He's got to find this instant kill. And Era struggling. The double swing deals even more damage now. Out in the open with a Molotov. Minimal time now. Only 10 seconds. And Era, he's going to have to stick the bomb here. Robbo, not quick enough to peek. And Era now questioning whether he's gone to the right. But a great clutch from Era. The successes of Kayusuke. We don't see the result of it.
Yeah, I mean, what a round for individuals. Look at this and Twist as well. The first 2 kills, unbelievable. And you can just see Sypho not ready for him to push out, but really nice stuff there to bring the round close. But his Era, he steps up for the 1 versus 2.
Again, though, Charlie, somewhat similar to what we saw from those players on the A bomb site against Era. They're swinging with such minimal time. Spirit Academy could have just waited it out. There's 15 seconds. It was a 1 versus 2 for Era. Spirit Academy could have just played the retake. Robbo could have gone in first. I think there was many different decisions that Spirit Academy could have gone for. And it seems as though they chose the worst of the bunch. But steps heard here. Now Pleasant under pressure here. Mac 10 in hand. He's going to have plenty of CT swinging. Looks to back away to join his teammates. And now Era going to be searching for something. So much damage dealt here. I doubt the CTs are even going to get themselves a kill. Obviously, with them giving up their kind of decision here. Now the Mac 10 of Pleasant. He wants some more. And he will get it. 2 HP. He leaves the round on, but still surviving. 3 kills in total. And Alliance, a positive start here to their campaign on Ancient.
Yeah, a necessary one. Needed to have a good start on this one, I felt like. Sure, they win the pistol, came close, came down to that 1 versus 2, but they managed to pull it off, and nice and clean, anti-eco, not losing a single player. And this is the sort of thing that I think Alliance need to do. Call a tactical pause. You've got 3 Mac 10s in play. It's not exactly the most ideal situation. But let's see how you can punish these Spirit Academy players. You should be aware that utility probably is going to be weaker on them. Where can you look to exploit that? Where can you punish? Where are they going to leave a bit more vulnerable in terms of utility?
Got to be cave, right? I feel like a lot of the time you need, a fair few mollies and HE grenades, flashes to take that deeper control, or at least to contain it. You've got to have the smokes as well. So I think that's got to be the goal here for Alliance, especially with the fact they've got those 3 Mac 10s as well. The close quarters engagement that Cave offers, kind of perfect for the Mac 10. You see a lot of the time players with that number 1 spawn, whether it's a full buy or not, they'll have a Mac 10 or a kind of a Tech 9.
I mean, I wouldn't
going
want
in
miss
first.
here. Oh, look, there's 2 flashbangs overall. Sure, there'll be mollies, but you can smoke those off, and there's not a lot that will probably hinder you. Instead, it will just be a little bit of presence thrown out, and look how much of the utility has already been used now on the CT side. Alliance, honestly, they could even just wait it out if they wanted, then look for a fast pop somewhere.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it at all. There's a triple stack here towards B. Cypher seems as though he had a bit of a timing. Molly coming through. The Mac 10's pre-firing, but great from Alcoren and Cypher. Alcoren dodging the bullets. Kayusuke now aggressing down. Cheetah will find the Mac 10s, although looking menacing at moments. Shut down in their path to the B-bomb. So 4 survivors as well here for Spirit Academy. An excellent response there from them. And now, Alliance, okay, yeah, it was a bit of a bonus, but the finances aren't perfect for them. But it was great swings here through the mollies. Kayusuke does really well as well to obviously deny from the back lines. He's got a teammate by his side as well, so even if that kill comes through, a quick trade would have been seen. But Alliance now, they're against the full utility. They're against the strong weaponry. Neither team really with an excuse, but you can already see from the top of your screen the projected outcome. The HE grenade is excellent, but Mokajin falling. Avid, nice opener. Kayusuke here towards middle. He's got no teammate alongside him, so he's going to have to fall back. Robbo could progress through the cave smoke and maybe opt as another prong to the re-aggression, but they back away.
It's interesting we didn't see a smoke or another molly or something there. The T's felt like they had quite a nice time there of taking mid, or at least having a look. Mokajin looked really isolated. It felt like they were missing just one piece of util to fully take that control in middle. But it's a 2-man advantage now for Alliance. Sure, they've got a couple of players whittled away at, but just the sheer numbers. As long as they play this correctly, this feels like Alliance should find their 3rd.
Well, I like the decision here from Spirit Academy. Look for a double cave setup. Obviously, Robbo can spot them as well if they're progressing up ramp from his elevated position. And obviously, Kayusuke can hold for flanks. But we're going to see Alliance opt for a bit of a brute force mentality. They haven't really got the util to work for them. So this could be quite difficult for them. But Kayusuke, if he goes down here, nice find. Now just needs to survive. He's looking for these fights. Smoke down towards the right-hand side. And now it'll be this control towards cave. They've spotted a player boosted up, so they can assume there's a second as well. Molly onto the bomb site. It lands on Alcoren's position. Kayusuke's Molotov completely disrupts any chance for Spirit winning this one. And obviously Alliance, once the contact comes through, they back away. They take A. Great decision there from Alliance.
Yeah, it seemed like things got a little bit muddled there. In general, maybe just communication off in terms of what they wanted to do. One player progressing, Kayusuke just mollying. Seemingly nowhere that was being contested, but
I think it was just the idea to molly the bomb site if they were going for the plant, if they were going for that aggression. But yeah, it's clear that communication not perfect there, as obviously Alcaraz wanted to get in Cubby. We've seen a fair few times that players have gotten themselves into Cubby here. Oh, Kayusuke going to be under pressure here. We'll get one, but Ira's trade is excellent. Finance is looking good, and Ira with a very good start. 6-1 currently. And right now, you're looking at the individuals for Spirit Academy, and that's where there's a real lack of threat. Obviously, Kayusuke's had some big moments, but not been so consistent, has it?
I mean, still very early doors. Still in just the opening stages of Ancient so far. Only had a couple of rounds where Spirit Academy really had their full buys out.
Well, it's
so
the
it's going to
CT.
be more I'm interested to see when they've got more of a chance to be on the weapons, when we've got Ulcrin on the AWP, that sort of thing. But you can see he's got a ton of money saved up, so hopefully that's what we're going to be seeing next round.
Yeah, definitely. It is the CT side in which Alliance seem far favoured on. So I think right now, if they can get themselves 6-7 rounds, they're going to be feeling very confident about progression onto Train. And I think
Alliance might be feeling good about the CT side. I would be scared of Spirit Academy on the T, though.
Yeah, very true.
I mean, that's the one I still view as what I would consider their biggest threat there. Oxygen, great find there onto Era. Will get found by Uppy. Surely no! Switch
no
to
swing?
the AK.
All Uppy needs to do there is swing, and he finds that kill, but he plays timid. P2000's not the best in this position. Amit will take him down here. Ready for a double cave setup. With Robbo coming late here, this could work out quite nicely. Amit's got to be cautious, and a great shot from Robbo. There's aggression into middle. Alcaren's holding. Twist, he's been spotted, and Alcaren now just needs to attempt to back away. We'll be able to do so successfully. And look at the positioning of Mokogen. He's got the bomb. This is a very possible 3-on-2. How has this round become so difficult here for Alliance? Well, I think we know why. It was Uppy. How has he not got that trade?
There's not a lot of time.
Yeah, very
if
minimal.
Mokogen finds one, or even just delays, this is awkward. They have to go towards A. Twist clearing out middle. They will find.
Look at Robbo. He's going to be very fast in the flank. He's look to take his knife out. Look to run. He's got to take down the bomb carrier, but he does. And now... Yep, excellent here from Robbo. And the round goes the way of Spirit Academy.
Eco, Fred.
It's so disappointing to see, but it's got to be said, Alliance. They look very, very, very timid in that round. Obviously, you understand Era. You can kind of accept, yeah, the swing with a 5-7. He could be getting that kill, but it's still a nice position for a 5-7. But it's Uppy. Why is there no swing? How is Mokogen able to readjust that?
I mean, I honestly don't even care that much about the lack of swing there. I'm more concerned. How did he not just not find the kill?
Yeah, exactly.
Mokogen didn't seem like he was particularly aware of there being a player there. Finally sort of looked at himself as like, maybe I'll clear it out. Maybe I'll double check. And somehow managed to flick to him late. Great double here, though. I still want to talk about the last round. What a round in general for Mokogen. He found 2 kills. That was his round done from there, in terms of the kill department. But it was to push through, getting that bomb, and allowing the rest of his team to feel a bit more comfortable in terms of moving around the map. Because he's letting his team know, okay, the bomb is hit. They're going to have to collect it. There's 25 seconds on the clock. And that's why you see someone like Robbo pushing through the flank. That's why you see Ulgrin in mid. Sure, Ulgrin finds nothing, but it's just what it does for the rest of the team. Eventually, Robbo won the round thanks to it. So Mokogen, huge credit from him.
Look, you say Ulcrin finds nothing. The fact that Twist gets that kill, obviously it's clear that he's heading towards Donut. If Ulcrin's on the A bomb site, I feel like that round becomes quite interesting because I think Robbo's going to look to hold the bomb instead. I think the fact that he goes down in middle, he gets that information as well. But look, Spirit Academy, it was a great kind of jump across there from Kaisuke, gets the double. Obviously, he's got teammates swinging from Cave. And this is where, if you're Alliance, you've given Spirit Academy a look back into Ancient here. But as you said, look, it was an eco. We had, a couple Deagles, 5-7.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot. A couple of upgraded pistols here and there. But yeah, not a lot more. But just winning a round like that where you're already saving, you're already keeping money high. Look at the money of Spirit Academy already. It is a 3-on-3 though. Ira is boosted up just a timing shot onto Sypho, takes him out, and that's the Goku.
Yeah, I like this. Alcaraz now got to be quite cautious. Deals a lot of damage to Uppy. There is a player in Cave and Robbo. Got Kaiusuke by his side. Ooh. The fact they don't find Uppy there is a bit unfortunate, it's got to be said. It's just going to be the save here from Spirit Academy. I don't mind this call. They've got a lot of money to work with. Ira is holding.
Maybe not the save just yet. Ogren does need to be wary. Plessin is flanking from A. Not considering it.
Kaiusuke's got to be cautious here. A shot here from Plessin. And the ult once again. And great find from Kaiusuke. The confidence that this man has. He's got an ult posted up on his angle. He's not worried at all.
We're going to wonder if we see Robbo make an attempt to save the ult. But, I mean, there's no need. There is money in the bank for Spirit Academy. So, can just drop one over to him.
Big round, though, from Alliance. And I like the way they play it. Once that kill comes through for Ira, it's just that instant decision to head up towards B. And I think a lot of the time, you'll see kills like that. Go, oh, well, let's go back and re-execute the site. Let's make sure that we fully contain or kind of delay any retake. I like the fact that Alliance kind of go without fear. I think that's exactly how they have to play. They've kind of gambled, okay, it's not a triple B setup. But I think in the same regard, we see the flash coming over. I believe it was Cypher. I want to say it was Cypher that goes down to Ira. You understand the idea, but doesn't have much utility. Obviously, it's a nice shot from Ira, a nice timed shot, but I don't really see the benefit there. You've got Robbo deep in cave. It looks as though he wanted to aggress. Yet, once Cypher goes down, he has to just back away.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point I was going to make as well. It's, you look at it on paper and say, was it even worth looking for something like that? I mean, we know how it ended, so no. But it's very clear that if there's no presence towards B at all, you can definitely give off that sort of aura of there is no one here.
Yeah.
Or is very weakly defended. So you do kind of understand as well. So let's make a bit of presence. Show that I am here. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Spirit Academy players are just so confident right now. They're like, yeah, why not? I'll be.
Yeah, unfortunate for Robbo there. Obviously gets the kill, but I think backing away is never your best outcome. I think it's always going to be so tough. Flashbang's good. Not spotted anything. He's just too good. I've just got to say
the volley as well. Doesn't give Ira a chance of the trade, and time is perfect for Spirit Academy to back away. And Plessin hearing all this noise of the players towards mid, but won't actually be able to strike anything. Mokujin is looking towards A right now, so there could be a bit of a timing for these players to creep on past. Oh, he should be aware now. Mokujin spotted out Uppy. He's going to relay this information that a player could be towards Red Room. Uppy, this time best in Mokujin, but not ready for the second player.
Yeah, the final two players are split. Ira's with the bomb. Plessin's flanking. The CTs, though, will they have this realization? And secondly, will Plessin play disciplined here? Well, the kill's been seen, and now Alcoran's got to be cautious, but will find, and now it's all on Ira. Kaiusuke spots him out, and now AK retrieved from Ira. Molly come through, but Kaiusuke, he gets a triple in this one. Every single one of his kills, just so clean.
I mean, look at the instance of snap. Great stuff there. Yeah, I'm not sure really what Ira was looking to do, because I thought Okran played that one really well there. As soon as his teammate goes down, he actively searches towards ramp.
Yeah.
Because that feels like, okay, Ira's now going to push up and they're going to crunch on a final player towards B, but yeah, that wasn't the case at all. And by the time his teammate went down, Ira was miles away. He went towards cave instead.
Yeah, clear. Maybe it was the idea that they wanted to draw rotations and then obviously, go towards A late, And I think it could have worked well. Obviously, if we saw, I believe, Plessin was in the back lines. If we saw Plessin not go down there to the AWP of Volker and was just holding for rotation, I think it could have worked. But sadly not to be. 4-4 though, leveled up game currently. And you're looking at the kills. Volkerin with 3, Robbo with 5, Mokujin to Sifo. Not great either. Right now, Kaiusuke's got the same amount of kills as his whole remaining team combined. So talk about a player doing a lot of heavy lifting. I think the problem is Spirit Academy, they're still finding rounds when players are really out of it. And once they get into Gear Hero and Ancient, that's where Alliance might have kind of missed the trick, might have missed their chances. But Kaiusuke now. Great find in middle. aware of the second, and Uppy needs to be very cautious here.
He wants to search for the kill. They know that they don't have a lot of equity in this round. It is just a couple of upgraded pistols, but mainly Glocks across the board. So, actively searching for a kill there with Deeg. I mean, sometimes you just got to. Spirit Academy, 5 players surviving, though. It's been a close game, though. This a lot more that I think we wanted from this series here. Sure, I mean, Spirit Academy, they certainly have stabilised their money slightly, so potentially they could go on a bit of a streak towards the end, but this is interesting. We're 9 rounds into the game, Fred. And this is the final tactical pause from Alliance.
Look, I don't mind it. Obviously, it's a bit of a risk. I think if their CT side doesn't yield much fruit, I think that's where they'll be hoping to have saved at least one of these tac pauses. But it's clear that they're very confident with their CT side as well, realizing, okay, well, it's our T side that kind of dictates our strengths here on Ancient. So if we can find, 5, 6 rounds, I completely understand. And I think it's all a kind of a hypothetical from us, because if Alliance do fall flat on their CT side, we're going to say to them, look, why have you wasted all of your attack pauses? Yeah, if they have a strong CT side, then we can praise them for it. So I guess once we see the kind of the end of Ancient, I guess we'll be able to determine whether it was the right decision from Alliance. But I don't mind it. I think they know that Spirit Academy are going to be very venomous on their T side. Obviously, their T sides are where they usually show all their strength. So you definitely understand it. Plesser looks as though he wants to go through this smoke. Oh, Mokajin's going through as well. Ira's going to be feeling a bit hard done by Mokajin. Information, there's at least another... Oh, he knows that 2 in fact are towards middle, and the bomb's there.
Yeah, no one's exactly in an advanced position where they can look to take any space or punish off of this. The issue is the mid players can rotate very quickly towards A, so no one would have been particularly confident enough to look to take that space into A main, as well as Robbo is solo B defending. So it didn't feel like there's a huge amount Spirit Academy could do off of that information, sadly. But it's always good information to have, and we're looking at a bit more of a standard setup here. Robbo and Sypho both towards B. Only 2 pieces of utility remaining across the whole CT side, though.
It's clear, though, Spirit Academy, vast majority of the time, they preference weaponry over utility, so I think these are going to be the biggest of their errors, and with that final smoke coming down towards Cave, seems like Alliance might draw attention elsewhere. Shadow spotted, quick shot from Alcoren. Yeah, great stuff there. Gives them the advantage back, and we're speaking of lacking in utility. No flashes, no smokes here for Alliance. Although they've got mollies to kind of deny positioning, there's 25 seconds left, and they're only just emerging out of Cave now. With this molly coming through, this should be a clear idea that Alliance are going to head their way towards B. We can see these rotations coming through quite quickly. Molotov landing, of which Sypho plays in front of, and they couldn't have lined up better, really, for Sypho. Great triple there, denying any aggression out of Cave. It's unfortunate they line up, but I think the molly takes a bit of an awkward bounce and allows for Sypho to progress through it. The Spirit Academy.
Yeah, you can see as soon as the molly gets thrown, they just assume that's that angle cleared off. They're just not expecting a player in front. This is brilliant stuff. Finds the third as well, but that was the final tactical pause from Alliance used, and they're forced onto the partial by now. Spirit Academy are on track to take the half here. 6-4 at least currently as the score stands, but 7 lingering on the sidelines as already 3 players have fallen on Alliance.
Kind of need to see this Deagle connect here from Plesson, but the fact it doesn't come through. There's been a rotation here in middle from Sypho, now a re-smoke coming through from Mokajin, and now an elevation. Robbo, he's cleared out this control, cleared out this space, and Uppy's going to feel a little bit unfortunate there. He took a great timing. I like the idea from Uppy, knowing, you know what, there's no point stopping. Let's try and get myself in the back lines. That's the only chance I can reclaim this bomb. But it goes a bit wrong. Bit unfortunate, but Spirit Academy, they will find their 7th there. I don't think Blessing's going to get this 1v4 with an unarmored Deagle, but I guess who knows?
1v1, at least for now. Maybe it's far off one bullet.
Oh, was he?
I think so, yeah. I think it whizzed past Sypho's head on the left.
Either way,
got those... I forgot what it's called. The razor sniff. I smelt the bullet fly past.
Big round though, Spirit Academy. Yeah. Look, keep many survivors. Financials aren't going to be a problem going into round number 12. And I think right now we could be seeing the beginning here. I said, look, Kayusuke was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. The vast majority of kills for Spirit Academy were all from Kayusuke. But now you've seen players like Sypho, like Robbo stepping up. Alcaren's hit some nice shots as well. And I think this is where Alliance, they've kind of missed their opportunity to capitalize on the weaknesses that Spirit Academy were showing, because individually they just weren't there. But Sypho tempting fate once again as he flashes here off the angle. Doesn't go down right now, but at least gains that information. Already, look at the gamble here. Spirit Academy. We've got 3 players on the B-bomb site. They've got Robbo, or Kayusuke, sorry, in Cave.
Am I wrong in saying Alliance haven't hit towards A once?
I don't think it's ever been their initial goal. We saw a late pivot from them towards A. Pleasant has retrieved the orb, but Robbo so close by, and now the tease. So much information's gained. A bit of a fight towards ramp. Avid still holding towards Cave, awaiting aggression. Kayusuke falling. Great find from Avid. Keeps this round very possible. And with a minute on the clock, Alliance can go silent to change kind of the thoughts of Spirit Academy. But Alcaran posted up right now. Alliance, they need to be very cautious. Utility's been spotted going across. Mokujin, he's got this information, and Alcaran's backed away. There is still a Molotov on Alcaran. Reposting on the angle now. Sypho with work to do as there's 2 progressing up ramp. Wall shot fired, and in doing so, it kind of baits Sypho in, but the missed shot's not great. Mokujin rotating in. He can isolate these fights, though, and he gets the double. And now it's all on Uppy. Important find. Mokujin trying to back away. He knows he's got time on his side, and he will find Uppy. The re-swing from Mokujin. It didn't seemingly catch out Uppy, but Spirit Academy, they end the half with 8, and there's been many moments where players have got themselves a triple. The shot from Alcaran was huge, though.
I mean, I love the play from Mokujin. He knows that his teammates in a really dire position on the bomb site, and 2 players hyper fixated on his angle. And Mokujin just rotates in to support as heavily as he can, and look, knife out, just goes for the instant swing. No one looking at him, keeps his teammate alive, and goes on to win the round for Spirit Academy. It's 8-4. I mean, you looked at it and said you think maybe Alliance could have had a better chance to capitalize on what was a pretty poor start from Spirit Academy, all things considered. But I think that's why they kept on calling the tactical pauses. I think they were desperate to try to do that, but it just shows that this team is so difficult to try to break apart.
Look, it was a 3-1 scoreline for Alliance.
Yeah.
You know, we really should have seen Alliance look to take the half, probably. And now they're in a very difficult position to be in, but it's going to be this aggression here towards B. The Julies of Avid falling to Robbo, and Kayusuke now looking to get out. Pushing through his own team's molly, but Pleasant an important find, and now the remaining Spirit Academy players might look to make their way up ramp. Spacing's a little bit disjointed, but players now holding an Uppy. Late to fall, but just the one found. Man advantage now for Spirit Academy. Era tapping through the smoke in the hopes to connect a lucky bullet. We saw him do it with the R8 on Dust. Sadly, so far, not able to do it with the USP here. With a Molotov in hand, this is going to be really tough, this retake.
I mean, Alcaran's already lining up the bomb. He'll have the molly ready for the bomb. I don't think his defuse get dropped either. Tap on the bomb, come through. He'll start getting found. Molly's on the bomb. The round's already won. And Sypho will find the kill. Just in case, just as that contingency. I mean, I actually hated that pistol from Spirit Academy, but they still went on doing the round. It felt like they had an idea in mind of what they wanted to do. I don't mind this from Robbo. Find the kill, back away, slow things down. It's this moment, though, that I didn't quite get. Because I'm fine with it.
If the T's are pushing up ramp, right?
If they're ready to go. But they're not. No one was. The only person close to ramp was Robbo, who's behind a molly, I
Kind of the cover, yeah. I think they're just the smoke.
The rest of the team weren't even near. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was there. I mean, look, Kayusuke's had a brilliant game. Maybe he just decided, yeah, I'll bomb through the smoke and find them all. I wouldn't be surprised, but
this is it, though. They've gone for the force. For me, this is the do or die moment here. If Alliance lose this round, it's what, an 11-4 scoreline? That's over, right?
Yeah, I think that if's starting to turn to a bit of a when now, as Era and Uppy are the only 2 players surviving. MP9 on Era and Uppy, both right now out of the action towards middle and A, as Spirit Academy look to probe and pressure towards the B bomb site. Uppy has started to make this rotation through. He's had 5 kills so far. This has to be A game-defining moment from him and his Deagle. Unwatched so far. Position made known now. And Ulkran wants the kill with a Mac-10. Won't be able to. So, 1 kill closer to bringing this one back. A chance given by Mokajin, but too sharp with the headshot of the AK. Round successfully done. I mean, look, we're starting to see players on Spirit Academy bring themselves back into this game. The only player who isn't exactly having a huge showing in terms of the kill department is Ulkran. But I have to say, I think he's honestly my favourite player to watch on this team. He's got 5 kills, and yet it feels like every single one of those kills. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm an AWPer as well, and it feels like AWPers have to stick together, but...
I'm happy you said it.
It's just, for a player as unbelievably technically good as him, I find it mind-blowing how every game he's not the one top of the leaderboard. I mean, don't get me wrong, everyone on this team is sort of mechanically unbelievable. But I just think him as an AWPer, there have been so many sort of highlight-worthy moments in this series so far. And look, we've only had a matter of... We've basically only had a handful of rounds to really talk about him with the AWP. But it feels like every single time he's got it, it's brilliant to watch. And yeah, look at the rest of the team.
If any of the Spirit Academy kind of social media people are watching, I'd love to see a reaction time test from this side. Because it seems like everyone is absolutely incredible when it comes to reaction time. The amount of shots that we've seen from Alkeren, although he's only got 5 kills, it seems like every single one of them, all he spots is just the slight glimmer of a shoulder, and he's taking someone down.
The one in Donut was brilliant.
Yeah, I know. It was.
That was great.
Yeah.
And then you look at the one on Era as well. I mean, it's such a great game from everyone so far. And what a turnaround from Spirit Academy. From what looked like they did have quite a slow start here. Instantly turned things around. They did not let it get out of hand.
We knew it was going to happen though, didn't we? Like, they're a side that are so kind of gifted technically. We knew the ability would come through. It's just the fact that, as we said, Alliance really just didn't capitalise. This would be a crazy round for these pistols to win though. Smoke coming through, but player swinging beforehand, and Alkeren, we've been praising him kind of in the lull of this round, and he makes a big mistake pushing before that smoke lands. Still got the top performer in Kayusuke surviving, so certainly gives a lot of threat remaining in this 2v2.
I was going to say, it has a Molotov as well that could be used for the bomb, but we'll just use it to delay Plesson's impact on this round. Robbo going to be peeking at any moment. We'll find Uppy. Looks for the second fight. Takes down Plesson as well. 2 kills for Robbo in that round. And Spirit Academy getting ready for their victory lap around Ancient as 11 has now been found. I mean, this is likely going to be Alliance's last full buy unless they really start to change things up. But I mean, we mentioned sort of Alliance maybe not doing as well as we think they should have. I don't honestly think that's by particularly any fault of their own. I do think they've just been outplayed today.
Yeah. I've been very impressed by Robbo as well. You know, a player who the vast majority of the time isn't going to be having as much impact. He's looked very, very good so far today, and I think a lot of the time when you see a player who is a little bit more of a traditional in-game leader and not have the kind of the successful moments, I think Robbo has been really big at moments here. A lot of utility damage and kind of bullet damage dealt here onto Spirit Academy. And Avid, if he looks for the spam through the wall, he can find a couple kills here. Molly coming through. Robbo chipped away at. Ooh, there it is. Robbo's got to be cautious. It is going to be a play towards A, and that is where Uppy currently is defending. He's got a smoke to try and delay, but right now, Spirit Academy opting for a bit of a different approach. They're going to be sending in the players who are a little bit healthier and maybe just leaving Robbo towards middle to lurk, which I don't mind. Uppy, though, he drops the smoke to try and survive. Molly onto the back of the bomb site to deny him. Nade as well. Orbivera rotating in, and Mokajin, he's crept on past. Nice flash. He does turn from it in Era. A great moment here towards Temple, where there's a secondary player searching for the picks, and Sypho, great double hit. Been chipped away at. It's a 3-on-3. We're going to have Robbo as a really late lurk here, and this is where Alkeren and Sypho just need to try and survive. HE grenade combining with the bullet through the wall. Alkeren can find Uppy. We've still got this lurk, though, from Robbo. Robbo's going to be aware of Pleasant. Oh, just not quick enough. Great find, and now Alkeren on the AWP. A freebie given, though, from Twist, and now it's all on Pleasant. A 1 versus 1 here. Alcoren. Tap of the bomb here. Pleasant. Looks as though he wants to go through it. And it's perfectly timed for Pleasant. Surely he wins this one. Oh, he's not taking down Alcoren. Surely this can't be how the round finishes. Alcoren, low HP, a bullet from death. Switches to the pistol. And jumping is Pleasant down to 21 HP. There was a chance there for Alcoren. Unfortunately, though, unable to find victory here. It's excellent from Alliance, though. It's a necessary retake. The fact that Robbo gets nothing is so devastating, but great from Pleasant here. I think Ira does really well to survive for so long. The problem is, he just don't really have a teammate alongside him.
Yeah, and they finally did, and yet still gets punished. And great initial find from Alcaret. Yeah, tough situation. Tried to bluff the first bomb plant. Sort of needed to bluff the second as well. I mean, the fact that he almost found Pleasant with the Glock. Bomb down to like 21 HP.
I think the problem
shows how close even the rounds that Alliance are winning are.
Oh, great find from Cypher. This is just a half buy, but open has been seen. HE grenade dealing a fair bit of damage. Twist now. Repositions deep here. Kayusuke has crossed. Utility coming down. Cypher. MP9 in hand. Alliance needs to be cautious here. They need to be very careful. Players have jumped across. Nice find from Era. Twist dealing damage. Kayusuke with an important kill now, though. The Tech 9 of Robert will get the trade, and if the Tech finds that kill, very possible. Missed shots here. Oh, Mokajin. Not a great performance, not a great moment. It can be so difficult, though, with the Deeg when you're trying to line it up and then, obviously, Uppy elevating towards Shelf. But 6 found now from Alliance, trailing by 5, and they need 7 in a row now if they want to find Ancient in regulation. Another 6 if they want to push it to overtime. But Spirit Academy, they have looked very threatening here. I think Alliance, it's a question of when, not if.
Yeah, calling a tactical pause. They want to do it now before Alliance get a bit of momentum. Yeah, it would have been interesting if Mokajin found that kill there. Would have had a 1v1. Plenty of time to play with still. Weapons to be retrieved. Yeah, it could have been an interesting one, but not to be. Yeah, like you said, almost a flawless performance required out of Alliance here.
Charlie, look, you're a very optimistic thinker when it comes to comebacks, but is this where it's a little bit out of reach?
I mean, scoreline-wise, no. But I do think the thing that holds me back most in terms of truly believing in Alliance is just the performance that we've seen throughout the whole series. I think maybe if Dust 2 was a 13-10, something along the lines of that, I'd say, yeah, why not? Why can't we see it? But just the fact that right now, throughout this whole series, they have 10 rounds.
Yeah, not promising.
It's tough. It's really tough to feel confident for them. Great opening kill from Pleasant, though, onto Robo, but instantly, look at the speed elsewhere. A bomb site's taken.
She's going to send the deeper molly. Smoke as well behind it. Oh, the smoke actually is extinguishing. Pleasant might look to try and deny here. Pleasant will get one, but nice trade. Alcaram finds rotating players in CT. Uppy now. Oh, the HE grenade could find him a little too deep, though. Mokajin holding in CT. Another smoke thrown now. Plant will come through. Seems as though Avid wants to send Uppy through this one. Waiting for a late lurk, waiting for a flank. Alliance have to give this one a go. Although disadvantaged, they can't just gift a 12th to Spirit Academy. I wouldn't mind if Alliance actually play this one really slow and look to do a late retake with a kind of an attempt at a ninja, but now the steps have been heard. Alcaran reposting, and he gets not only the kill, but so much damage. Mokajin with a quick trade. Spirit Academy, they will get themselves 12, and now, you said we need somewhat of a flawless performance here from Alliance. No mistake can be made here on Ancient, otherwise the series will be over. Obviously, it's not their time in the Swiss stage coming to a close, but it will push them right to the limit. It will be 2-2 for Alliance and Spirit Academy. Obviously, Charlie, progressing to the playoff set.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Well, obviously, if it does get to that, where we do see Alliance lose this one, I'm sure we'll have a bit of a talk in the post-game what this means for them. But Spirit Academy, Already a one-man advantage era. Alone here towards A main, isolated. It's all on Twist. The speed of this round, and it's already over. Unless Twist can win a 1 versus 3.
MP9, just a smoke, no defuse kit.
Bomb on the other side of the map.
Yeah, we know where this one's going. And the worst part of all of it is Robbo is still here towards Shelf. I like the discipline that Spirit Academy are showing here, though. Realising, okay, well, we're not fully cleared out the A bomb site. We've not actually cleared towards CT either. Donut is an unknown point of contention. So they're just going to allow Robbo to clear all of this out. The biggest problem, actually, for Twist is not only is he disadvantaged weaponry and on the numbers side, but the remaining utility that Spirit Academy still have to offer here make it an impossible round. But Twist, look, let's see the big clutch. Let's give it a chance. Alcrane's posted up on the angle. I think we all know where that fight was going. Spirit Academy, they will find victory. They will go 3-1, and they've booked their spot in the playoffs here against Alliance. You said, Charlie, 10 rounds is all Alliance were able to find here across the series. An excellent performance on Dust from Spirit, and same can be said for Ancient. And I think now, Charlie, is a game like that a bit of a one that could really disappoint the kind of mentality for Alliance heading into their final game?
Honestly, I'm going to say no. I think Alliance are far too experienced to let a one game sort of lose them their chance in the Swiss stage. Don't get me wrong, they're in the 2-2 record now. It's never a great spot to be in if you're a team like them. Sure, you're one game away from promotion, but it's the same with elimination as well. You've got to play at your absolute best. And we have seen moments from Alliance, but this feels like so far this Swiss stage has sort of perfectly explained what this Alliance side kind of is about.
Yeah.
You can see some games where they're brilliant and then some where they're completely absent. Hopefully their next game is going to be one where they are there, they're present at least. Because that was a pretty rough one for it to finish on. But Fred, let's talk about Spirit Academy for a bit. What a show, and that's them being the third team to secure themselves a spot in the playoffs, and deservedly so, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, they've been absolutely excellent. You just have to look at that series. Everyone had their moments. Obviously, Kaiusuke, he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting there on the initial portion of Ancient, and it kind of just allowed for his team to get back into the game, which I think a lot of the time you'll see moments like that where Kaiusuke has a good, first half, the rest of the team not really stepping up, and then no one else kind of comes into play, and, you see a game go away. But I'm really happy that the rest of the guys on the Spirit Academy side did really step up. And I think the real pivotal round, right, the one that kind of put the final nail in the coffin, was that round from Mokujin where he gets the first with the 5-7 onto the era, gets the second onto an unknown uppie, it finds the bomb. And when that round went the way of Spirit Academy, that's where I'm thinking, yeah, this one's done. Let's just congratulate Spirit Academy now, because it's moments like that, although a bit early on in the match, where Alliance have given up a good chance, given up a good opportunity, and obviously there was a moment where I think Kaiusuke had 13 kills, the rest of his team combined had 13 as well. Alliance needed to pounce on the kind of mistakes that Spirit Academy were making, and they certainly didn't. But obviously, as we've said, Spirit Academy now the third side to progress. They're alongside Bait and Fnatic. If you told me that these were the first 3 teams to go up, I'd be not shocked by it at all. Probably the 3 strongest teams in the Swiss stage. And obviously, when you look at the one loss that Spirit Academy had, it was to Fnatic. It was a 13-11, 13-11. So I think right now, Spirit Academy, okay, yeah, it's not the perfect Swiss stage performance, but it's near enough. I think they've done absolutely excellently, and they're going to be feeling very confident going into the playoffs. Obviously, for Alliance, now 2-2, you've got teams like Sinners, like Firefly, like Sashi as well, who are going to be ready and waiting to potentially be those opponents. Obviously, we've got 2 more matches for this evening, being GTZ against Apogee, and then 500 against OG, which I think is going to be really, really exciting. Both of those games being the progression matches. But Charlie, obviously, we do have that GTZ Apogee game. It's going to be kicking off in about an hour's time, I want to say. So, look, it's around lunchtime. Maybe get yourself some lunch, get yourself a drink, and set your alarms for an hour's time, because that's when we'll be back in the CCT for that GTZ Apogee game. We go into our second series of today, Charlie. Obviously, I feel like the first one, a bit of a whitewash. Let's be honest, Spirit Academy played really well, deservedly. They've got their spot going into the playoffs, and now we can see another set of sides who are deemed to be making that push for playoffs, as we've got GTZ against Apogee. But before we delve deep into the rosters, Charlie, how are you feeling about this final game for us?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got one more game tonight. There's 2 more games overall today. And, I mean, both of them are going to be great. Both of them, I think, are going to be really hotly contested. But most importantly, every single game we've had today, there's a spot for that Swiss stage. Yeah. The playoff, sorry. There's a spot to advance on through. So, yeah, we haven't had to, sadly, see anyone go today just yet. And it's all the high matches, which is going to be great. As we're coming towards the end, playoffs is right around the corner. Yeah. And, I mean, look. There's a lot of teams here that I think deserve to be here, and I think it's going to be really tough to split the difference. And they're going to need to show us on the server why they deserve to actually make it towards the playoffs.
Well, I got to say, I've been the side that probably is the biggest kind of outlier. Monty being eliminated 1 and 3 is kind of crazy for me. But obviously they were bested by one of the sides we're going to be seeing in this next series in Apogee, who have actually been on a pretty decent run. But look, Charlie, we can kind of talk about the Swiss stage as much as we'd like, but let's bring it over to the rosters. Let's have a little bit of a look. We can obviously kick things off with GTZ. Obviously, we've known a fair bit about this GTZ roster for quite some time. Obviously, players like Rafax and Snappy, I believe we've had them in the CCT before. But look, I think it's a good looking side. Anyone you want to point out though?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think 2 of the names that you pointed out are 2 of the clearest to talk about, really. I mean, you look at where they came from. You've got a side like Rhino, where obviously these 2 played with one another before. The Portuguese scene in general isn't particularly the deepest of talent pools, so a lot of these guys have played together before. Nopage as well, another one of them. A lot of these guys have had experience together. Whether it is directly going to be playing on teams, they will know about one another, just sadly due to the talent pool of the region like Portugal. But it's great to see these guys together on a team again, and it's great to see what this team can produce, because it does feel like there's a lot of talent, and it feels like this is one of the most stacked Portuguese teams that we've seen in a while. So I'm honestly just looking forward to seeing what this team can do on paper. I haven't got to cast this full roster just yet. They haven't played a huge amount of HLTV games in general just yet, but obviously it's a newly formed 5. There's still a lot of expectations on them, but it feels like we are starting to see them make their way through. And already, in the Swiss days that they have had, taking down Ecstatic and Fireflux as the most recent results, only losing to Sinners in that opening game, they are in pretty good form, but most of their games do come down to that 3-map series. They haven't had any proper dominations yet. But, I mean, there's certainly been dominant maps in there, both for and against them. So I'm honestly just looking forward to getting to see what this team's all about.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think there's a lot of success stories amongst this roster. Don't get me wrong, there's players that are a little bit in the dark that I think you'd hope would step up now. But obviously, flipping over to the side of Apogee, this is a roster that's kind of been a bit of a culmination of players from kind of different rosters, different paths here amongst the Polish scene. I feel like when you look at the players on paper, Hypex has been really key for them, not only in the clutches, but obviously on the big green as well. Jacob's been a real outlet here for this side. I think a lot of the time when you see Apogee have these real success stories, a lot of the time it is kind of Jacob. Demo as well. You talk about recent form, you just have to look at the 2 most recent games here in the Swiss stage. Demo has been that top performer. So I think right now, I think Apogee are going to be feeling fairly confident. I think they are going to be quite happy with their current form, and obviously the chance to progress here in Series 17. So this is a big game for both sides. I think favouring is going to be quite difficult. I think both these teams are of similar ability. I think when you talk about experience, I feel like you've got to look at a player like Demo. Obviously, still only 24 years of age, but he's been on plenty of these Polish rosters, and you can assume that he is going to have quite a lot of the the kind of the task when it comes to I guess leadership. Prism as well, obviously we've known him for quite some time. I feel like a little stint on Singularity, obviously was on Luminar for quite some time as well. So I think this team is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, Charlie,
both of them played together as well, haven't they? Prism and Demo. I mean, for a while back when they were both started to come up in the Polish scene. So yeah, it's good to see these 2 reunite actually and actually get to bring, like you said, a bit more experience to a team that is stacked with quite a few young players.
Yeah, obviously such a determining factor here is going to be the vetoes, and I'm really excited for these vetoes because alone you can look at the successes of GTZ. You know that Inferno is a map that they love to play and they've got successes on, but it's the instaban of Apogee. It's an unfortunate kind of tale here for GTZ because a map that they usually gravitate towards, a map that they usually look quite dominant on, has been taken out of the map pool. And I think already we're going to be saying that this is a real strength for Apogee because obviously the second favour for GTZ is Ancient. It's one of Apogee's most played. It's one of their stronger maps as well. The pick of Nuke, completely understandable for Apogee. It's 82% win rate. It's their best map on paper. It's one of GTZ's worst. Anubis to finish things off. GTZ recent form, they're flawless, but obviously Apogee, they've nearly got 20 maps on this here in the last couple of months. So I think when you look at the vetoes, I genuinely think just because of the instaban of Apogee, we're just going to be favouring them massively. Because Inferno is usually the outlet that GTZ opt for. The fact that it's not in the series from the get-go is so tough for them because a vast majority of the time, Charlie, teams very rarely instaban Inferno. So I think right now that's where GTZ, they're going to feel a little bit hard done by. Obviously, they've got to take Ancient because we are expecting Nuke to go the way of Apogee.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult time for GTZ, at least on paper, due to them just not actually having a huge amount of games under their belt. Statistics follow they're always going to favour Apogee. They've got a ton of maps played in the last few months. And when you consider they've got good win rates on most of the maps that GTZ play, yeah, that doesn't really feel like a great avenue to go for. I mean, like, Anubis obviously touched on that. It's a good sort of spot for GTZ to look at, but it's not a good enough one for you to feel confident to pick it into Apogee. So a third and final map does feel like the right choice for a side like that. And it feels like, what's the next best strength you've got that you actually have played a lot? And yeah, it obviously is Ancient. It feels like there's not really anywhere else GTZ could have went on this. They haven't played Train yet. They haven't played a lot of Mirage. And the other maps, you've got a few iffy win rates in there. And the only ones that sort of are good win rates are the Ancient, Anubis, and Inferno.
Yeah.
And with one of them being removed, at least they've got two of them in this map pool. At least they're going to be playing two of them. But yeah, like you said, I'm kind of with you where it feels like Ancient is a pretty crucial map here.
Well, look as well, because when you look back to Apogee's recent games, that game against Monty, yes, they lost in overtime on Dust, but they bested them on Nuke 13-9. They obviously won Anubis 13-8. You look to their game beforehand against Fnatic, the only map that they did take was Ancient, and that was a close one as well. So I think right now, Apogee going to be comfortable on those maps. And on the flip side, you look at that game from GTZ against Ecstatic. Okay, yeah, they won 2-1, they won the series. They lost Nuke 13-1, Charlie. So I think we've got to expect that Nuke is going to be a one-sided affair. I think we have to assume that it's going to go the way of Apogee. Don't get me wrong. There's been a couple days where maybe GTZ can work on their Nuke, but it's not as though it's kind of an okay map for Apogee. It's one of their strengths. And so, as you said, Ancient's going to have to be a victory. I think it is going to be a really tough one as well, with it being the kind of the opening map of the series. If GTZ are a bit slow to start, that's where you're saying, okay, well, Apogee have got themselves going. They're looking like they're going to take map 1, and we know the outcome of map 2 already. So yeah, I think GTZ are going to have to really, really hit the ground running. They can't allow for any errors early on, especially because of the pressure that map 2 and map 3 do pose, because obviously Anubis also a really strong map for Apogee. You touched upon sample size, which is obviously going to be a real factor. We have seen plenty more from Apogee than we have from GTZ, so I think that will be something that we talk about, and I guess all the stats are going to be slightly skewed for GTZ, and that comes with the positives and the negatives. So I think for both teams, they're going to be feeling, confident with their maps, but the problem is I feel like Apogee are going to be feeling far favoured. But look, Charlie, could I push you for a prediction, or would that be a little too early to say?
It's really tough because we have actually seen this exact series before between these two teams, these exact same maps as well, and on that occasion GTZ did come out on top. You're right though about Nuke. That was a super dominant performance the last time they played. Apogee did go on to take that one 13-5. It was the other two maps that were very close, but they did go the way of GTZ. It was a 13-10 on Anubis, 13-9 on Ancient. So I mean, you look at things like that, and it's always tough to go off of something that happened 2-3 weeks ago now, because a close game like that, where those two other maps that I mentioned that went the way of GTZ, they can easily be determined by fine margins. They can be flip of the coin moments, really, that can change the game there. I do think I probably would slightly lean towards Apogee, but I'm a big fan of a lot of the players on GTZ. I know what a lot of them can do. And I wouldn't be surprised if we could honestly have a similar outcome again, where it does come down to those clutches, where it does come down to those big pivotal rounds that GTZ can come to take it. But I think just in terms of face value, I think I probably will just give the slight edge to Apogee.
Okay, yeah. I think we're both in the same kind of camp there. I think we're both in agreement that Apogee probably are a little bit favoured. I think the Inferno ban as well is going to help them massively. Charlie, it seems like we got a little bit more time to talk. So if we can, I'd love to bring up the Swiss stage standings and we can have kind of a bit of a deeper dive, because there's a fair few teams, both GTZ and Apogee, that we're going to talk about, because they're both 2-1. Obviously, they've had pretty positive results. But you look at the round difference, they're both negative. You know, their teams are 2-1. They've been victorious in games, but it just goes to show that, okay, yes, they've been, you know, winning, but it's not been easy. It's not been kind of smooth sailing. It's been pretty close. So I think right now, both these teams, do they deserve both to have that spot in playoffs? With how they're playing, maybe not. But then you've got to take into account how other sides are playing. You know, Sashi, their only 2 wins have been forfeit wins. They've lost both their games 2-0, and I think when you look at teams like Monty, like Money F, like Nine, Ecstatic, that have all been eliminated, we're looking at it and going, well, GTZ and Apogee, they probably can make it through. But from the start of the Swiss stage, I don't think many would have expected.
I mean, that's the thing. It's sure, we can look around differential we like, but the most important thing is the score at the end of the series. And like I was saying for GTZ, they've had a lot of games where some of them have been one-sided, both for and against them. Ecstatic is the perfect example of that. On Ecstatic's map selection of Nuke, there's another worry for Nuke as well for today's series. GTZ lost at 13-1.
Yeah, very dominant.
And then they instantly hit back from Raz 13-4, and then a close finish on Inferno. Yeah, it feels like both teams certainly do have their weaknesses, or sort of bogey teams, or whatever you want to say about it. And they're certainly not perfect in every single game of every series that they play. But the most important thing is getting the result at the end of the day. And I think, just due to both teams having a similar nature, I think this is going to tee up this one perfectly.
Yeah, and obviously talk about results. We're going to find out the result of Nuke in a matter of moments as we head into Ancient, sorry. So Ancient going to be underway very shortly. I'm excited for it. I think both teams, they've got their work cut out for them. And look, I'm excited to see how Ancient goes. As GTZ, they certainly are going to have to be the ones kind of firing on all cylinders from the get-go. But I think it's been an interesting Swiss stage so far. I think it always is, right? There's always some kind of twists and turns, some unexpected. Yeah. I think you look at Ecstatic, Nine, Monty, all teams that you probably project to at least have gone 2-2 and maybe lost out in that fashion. But big round here, Snappy gonna search for this opener, but Jacob quick in donut can find Snappy quite comfortably, and now that's mad advantage with MS already taking a fair bit of damage. The Julies of Hypex in close proximity. Not been shut down so swiftly, but Prism, it's all a bait, it's all a ruse, and oh, HFAR will find him in Prism with a triple. Through the smoke is HFAR, and he takes down the only player looking at Prism there. So Apogee, it's a nice pistol setup. The fact that the Julies get nothing kind of entices GTZ in fact.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually crazy how clean that shot was through the smoke onto Nopej there. That is madness. But pissed around victory for the CT side. They do so in dominant fashion. GTZ not even questioning the idea of going for a force pipe. Just take the hit, go for the eco on this one, bring out your weapons, and it's a fast pop up. The MP9 could make a lot of money, but already passed the Molotov.
Yeah, Prism, big start here, 6-0. Nice triple there from Prism. Obviously, we saw a triple in the last. No casualties there for Apogee, and the fact there's still 3 rifles in play and them being the premium ones, I feel like Apogee are going to be feeling, you know, not too worried here. Especially with the MP9s, the kind of success they can have in plenty of positions here. You think about Cave, you think about top ramp. Even if you try and get yourself deep in towards A main, I feel like the MP9 is going to be in a nice position there. But GTZ, weaponry's in play. Only 10 pieces of util across the board, so not perfect, but certainly enough to try and deny Apogee for their streak. And it looks as though we're going to see maybe a quick boost here.
Yeah, looks like you want to look for some contact around the map. Need to be careful in middle. Solo player there. That being Snappy, can't give up his life.
Jacob's got a lot of utility. There's no need for him to get too aggressive and fall. MP9 and M4 trying to take some space here in Cave. Linko could look to double peek here with Nopej. Prism. He's had a strong start and he continues. Nice find there onto Rafax. And Prism again, easy isolation. Nopej, an important kill there onto HFAR. And that cave control that was taken has been taken down, but Nopej, a lot of damage taken in the process. We have got this late player in middle in Snappy, and that's something that both Demo and Jacob are a little bit worried about. And Donut is where Snappy's crept into. Jacob needs to be very cautious here. The T's look as though they're in differing ideas, as utility's been thrown towards B. We've still got Snappy looking to try and find something on the A bomb side, but in doing so, it creates a bit of chaos here. And Apogee doesn't seem they're so certain here, but Jacob can find this kill. Oh, important find from Snappy, and now we might see some rotations. Prism still ready and waiting, 20 seconds on the clock. The bomb, low HP Nopej, needing to cross the path of Prism, and Prism continues. That's 3 rounds in a row that he's got a triple, and aware of one player towards Cave, takes down the bomb carrier. That is the round over. Prism is 10-0, Charlie. What are you meant to do? The answer is nothing. He looks absolutely exceptional so far.
Oh, that Snappy gone off the time as well.
Yeah, tough
Things
one.
get from bad to worse. The GTZ is Snappy. $150 in his pocket. Tactical pause, and it's unsurprising. Yeah, this is awkward. I mean, it's always a tough round. Just looking at it from hindsight there, from GTZ, because you understand what Snappy's trying to do. But when you don't have a lot of util, when you can't make a huge amount of presence to sell that as, this is a B hit, or this is an A hit, sorry. This is where we're going, rotate off. When you can't do that, Apogee don't need to rotate. There's no need. You lose one player on the other side of the bomb site. But the player who spots them out, the player who gets taken down, has seen nothing else. There's no util with it. There's no other players with them. So Apogee just hold their nerve and remain on that B bomb site. Whereas, if you have Snappy as a lurk there instead, he's equally as useless. Because you're relying on 2 players, one of which being extremely low HP, to break into a bomb site, enough for Snappy's position to be useful there, which isn't going to happen, I'm afraid.
Charlie's got to be said right now, Prism is on hot form. You know, we said GTZ are going to need to be the ones, you know, quick out the blocks, and right now, Prism lighting up the server. I have to say this, Charlie. Prism's got more kills than the rest of the server combined. That will change as Jacob gets a double. Demo to rotate in, but you know how crazy that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable the start he's had right now. If Apogee can keep all 5 alive here as well, this would be a brilliant round. This is a partial buy. These are some good weapons. Armored Tech 9s, and yet no one falling.
A little bit of
the
util as well.
initial contact. Demo rotates quickly to support and keep his teammate alive. And Apogee are really starting to grow that bank.
Yeah, look, the finances are excellent. You know, only 4 deaths have been seen, only 4 kills have been seen, obviously, for GTZ. Not a great start for GTZ, especially with this being their map selection. And look, we've already touched upon the terrors that are going to be nuke for GTZ, and the Ancient is a bit of a must-win. Right now, there's got to be a bit of a change. Triple player mid-setup here from Apogee. Initial spam looks good already. So much control taken here from Rafax. I quite like the idea of this. Already in Temple. Hypex. Surely not to be wise to this factor. There's 2 players in Temple already. He's never going to know this. He's aware, but I think it's more caution.
It's going to depend on Snappy here. Demo's rotated as well. Some util has been dumped out.
Great flashbang. Ooh, Demo. Now been smoked off. A lot of this round actually conditioned here on Prism, as he's going to be looking to hold for any late lurks. Hypex has been spotted, taken down. MS finds Demo. I don't really know the reason for pushing through that smoke there, but an attempt at a bomb plant denial. But now Apogee just going to have to walk away from this round. Nice find from Linko as well. Although the finances for Apogee have looked so strong, it seems like GTZ quite hungry for a hunt here. I don't mind the decision, but they've got to focus on their own finances as well.
Yeah, it won't necessarily be good for them if they lose a couple too many players. Apogee getting a buyout in the next regardless. Flashbang comes out. Jacob dodges. Wants to peek into Anubis and will do so. Prism under pressure now. Finds nothing.
It's not worth it. GTZ lose 3 sets of full Kevlar, AKs to take away weaponry from Apogee, yet there's going to be enough for a buy. I don't think that's worth it at all. We've got a Mac 10 on Linko. We've got Galil's in play.
I mean,
for a
it'll be
strong
worth
comeback,
it if they continue to win.
yeah, but
It won't if they lose.
But for a strong comeback to happen, you've got to focus on your own finances. GTZ need to be in a spot where even if they lose a round, they can invest again. Yeah. Finances so far, very limited. Nice nade onto Jacob. He will elevate himself up above this smoke. Flashbang's excellent though, fully blinding. And already Apogee, they've taken control and HFAR finding Linko through the smoke. Man advantage seen, aggression shown here from GTZ onto the A-bomb site. Utility coming over, will be blinding MS, he's low HP. Naded the smoke here, it looks good, and HFAR wants to play in front of it. The spam looks good from HFAR. Oh, 3 kills through a smoke from HFAR in this round. And it puts GTZ in a 2 versus 5. A lucky kill's got to go their way through the smoke. They've got to find some fortune here. But Prism continuing his streak of success. 5 survivors for Apogee. And the decision-making of GTZ in the last will come to haunt them.
Yeah, that's the issue there. Sure, it's still high loss bonus. Sure, it's still a bomb plant, so they can't actually get a buyout. But they are really playing with fire with sort of that last decision they made. Because, sure, you take the money out of the hands of Apogee, you make them have to reinvest in absolutely everything. But they've also just kept 5 alive in your full buy.
Yeah.
So the money started to grow again for them. And they'll still be able to buy, even if they lose this round, whereas you've got a couple of Galils. But at least they do have a buyout, and they've got the AWP out even more importantly.
Yeah, GTZ, though, they've got such a strong win rate on their T side. Doesn't seem that way now, though, does it? They're trailing 5-1. Oh, and it's another nade of the smoke.
3 nades.
Yeah, absolutely excellent. Look, I love the idea of it. They've got money to burn. Let's just drop flashes in CT spawn, and we can just cycle HE grenades into Red Room. They know it's going to be smoked off. Linko spotted by HFAR, and he will get another. It's going to be a 6-1 scoreline with GTZ heading into a hefty half buy. We could be seeing a 7-1. Apogee. Gotta say, they're making GTZ look foolish.
A bit northern that.
Yeah. Not on purpose, but
Try some impressions.
yeah.
I did actually do a cast with Brandon and Hayes. Sort of, it felt like in between each game in the pre-show there was different impressions coming up. Maybe that's gonna have to be something we do for this game. But it is a very difficult round. The final 2 players of GTZ. Is going to be key for them. It is full loss bonus. A bomb plant is great for this GTZ side to constantly keep the pressure on Apogee.
The problem is just look how much utility there is, and great find from Jacob, and Nopej spotted. Again, it's 5 survivors from Apogee. I've got to say it, this is not the showing that GTZ wanted to offer. This is their map pick, Charlie. This is their series for playoffs. GTZ looking very lifeless in the kill department currently.
I mean, that's the worrying thing, isn't it? That is the biggest worry for this this GTZ side. Surely, look, there's 9 kills spread across the board on their side. 2 players on Apogee have that amount of kills or more.
Yeah. Got to be said, very impressive though. I think Prism had an excellent start. You know, back-to-back triple kills, then the quad, 10-0.
I just even like the gimmick play of drop 3 HE grenades in middle and 2 kills found from that.
Yeah, a great way to utilize that AWP. I think sometimes an AWP can feel a little bit static, a little bit stagnant on a map like Ancient. Nice find from Snappy onto Jacob. An important kill, obviously GTZ. They have invested once again. They've opted for weaponry over utility, and that might come to cost them later on, but with them getting this opening kill, they have got that advantage still. Seems like Prism wants to send a teammate in. They're aware that Snappy's in the backline. Demo, get your gun out. Steps heard, kill found, and now, somewhat obvious, the remaining players to make their way through to B. A minute on the clock here for GTZ, and the limited utility they have has now been expelled. And we will be seeing a rotation, but these steps surely going to be heard from the player in K. Potentially not. Hypex needs to be worried about a late lurk, a late flank. GTZ love to send someone in on their lonesome. Plant coming through. 4v4 retake. The utility far favouring Apogee. Flashbang is all that's needed. Great find though. Trade a little late, but MS can still go back to safe haven. Why is the util not being sent out? Apogee so slow on this retake. Great find though from Demo. He's got a smoke into Donut. We'll play it on the bomb. Prism now falling to Nopej. We've got to see a stick of this bomb. Someone's got to get on it. Hypex can just send a Molotov. Missed shots from Hypex.
No way.
And all the bullets so close, but we will see Nopej fine. That was a very poor retake. It's got to be said. There's so much utility, so much time. Yeah, completely worthless.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of interesting things that, I mean, you see HVAR find the first kill, but it's after the trade comes through. I'm just questioning, where are the rest of the CTs? Why is no one there to trade him? I also think, I don't mind Prism playing things really slow towards Donut. If that's the case, though, tell your team, drop the smoke on the bomb and tap it. Make them focus on you.
Yeah.
But it felt like he peaked first, and then they went to do that. Prism honestly didn't even need to, even if his position was no, just keep yourself alive, and they're always worried. Okay, we've got to try to attack the bomb, but we've got to do it from cover now. And then it limits the chances they can be, it limits the space, and then eventually you can strike.
We had a molly on a Hypex as well. He could have just dropped it towards kind of the opening of Donut. Denying that plant would have been, defuse would have been impossible. Player's been heard now, though. HFAR late to swing. He's aware there's more, but important trade. And now Prism under pressure. Nade landing on his position, and out of the smoky pops. Important trade from Linko. Cave control taken now from GTZ. Linko's got to be cautious because Hypex posted up here now. It's going to be about timing, and Jacob neglecting any chance for there to be a player in elbow. Said though, Hypex could get a bit of a freebie. He's not actually mollied off. I would have loved to see Linko just push through that smoke. Hypex is going to be begging for a teammate to rotate in. Flash coming over. Oh, missed shot from Hypex. HE grenade. Linko still surviving though. Hypex flashed off again. Where is Demo in all this? He's still making his way up middle.
Really taking his time about this, and it's making me think, is he even going to attempt this? I think he's in the bomb site for so long, but Demo too paranoid about a play towards Cave that the save will come through. GTZ slowly but surely bringing themselves back into this one.
Well, look, we can see an investment from Apogee anyway. Prism can buy, so can HFAR, and obviously Demo can drop a weapon over. So we will see a buy from Apogee, but nice from GTZ there. The trading in Cave, excellent.
Yeah, I think Hypex is going to be taking himself a little bit. Couple of shots that really could change the round, but just neither of them connecting.
Yeah, most definitely. Hypex has been a little bit quiet. I feel like maybe needs to play with a bit more confidence and a little bit more kind of in your face with the AWP, although a risk. I feel like he's given a little bit too much freedom for GTZ, and all it takes is a molly, a flashbang, Hypex forced back, and that's where the impact he'd hoped for has been taken away.
Yeah, right now the rounds that GTZ are winning are just exploiting the space that Apogee are given them. Yes. Whether it's having players sort of look for these flanking opportunities, whether it is that round where we saw 4 players rotate towards B and then all the B players just walked on through towards Donut and that retake wasn't great. It feels like GTZ is doing a good job at exploiting any space that Apogee are giving them. Apogee just need to be a little bit more aware at times. Like, I look back to that round where everyone did rotate. Hypex was the final player to actually rotate. To me, that screams out, this is the perfect position just to get posted up in window, holding towards that sort of shelf drop-off. And if he did, all 4 players went from there. Surely he at least finds one and backs away, gets that information for the team.
Yeah, or could have played from big box, could have played from outside temple, kind of brokey area. I feel like the fact that they completely give up both mid and A is a bit of an unnecessary gamble, but I think GTZ, the kind of the late round calls have been good from them. I think we've got to praise them for that. Already a couple players here towards A, all a bit of a ruse to allow Snappy to take some control here towards middle. Great find from Snappy. Jacob will go down. Demo. Important from Nopej to find Prism there. With the man advantage, GTZ, they can look to sit back. They can look to kind of wait for a mistake. But look at the space that's being taken currently. Linko, excellent positioning right now. Demo could catch off the bomb carrier, though. This is something that they've got to be very cautious about. Ipex finds this kill. He will go down. Now Linko can send the Molotov to delay for HFAR. Demo is still in a really good position, but he's got to take his timing, and he hasn't. Very late to elevate. And now he's been spotted. Orb save attempt now. Able to escape currently. GTZ right back in this game.
Yeah, again, not particularly impressed by Apogee's rotations there. You see 2 players towards A just selling presents, and you see 2 players on Apogee leave that B bomb site and rotate towards A. So it ended up basically being a 4-man A hold after just a molly and a couple of flashes were thrown out on A. And then you obviously see... Not 100% sure who it was. Prism, I think, push through cave.
Yeah,
And get taken down there. So the bomb site's open.
Yeah, I think
they're so paranoid about just a little bit of presence towards A early.
Potentially Apogee might have been kind of reviewing the demos of GTZ, and maybe they thought, well, whenever they make contact, they usually go to that bomb site. I'm not too sure. That's the only thing that I can think of, because the gamble rotations quite unnecessary, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really sure of the actual mindset of what they were doing, because they had no control over anywhere else on the map. They gave everything up. They had no mid control, they had no B control. Just to fully rotate towards A, and it's a big risk to do a decision like this. But GTZ are really doing a great job bringing themselves into this one. 6-1. Now 6-4. If they win this round, Apogee will have nothing in the bank.
HFAR, he has spotted one. I think Prism's asking to be flashed in, but I think Hypex knows. Well, I'm confident with this. I'm aware of him, but Rafak's quick there. Excellent fight, and now Prism might want to kind of clean up a little. We'll get one. Dodge the bullets to Nopej, and Prism continuing. So much damage onto Linko. This is the bomb drop to now. GTZ kind of fanned out across the map, but it could cost them massively. Oh, Prism continues. Linko, that's unfortunate. Important kill here for Snappy, though. That's the flank falling. The flanker holder falling, sorry.
Yeah, split the attention now of GTZ. They have to be paranoid that, okay, someone could come from behind now.
Yeah, I like it from Snappy as well. Quick to reposition. Minimal time here. Prism's got to be cautious, though. Prism will fall. And HFAR goes down. Excellent there. 2v4, GTZ. A big clutch there from MS and Snappy. Seems a little bit unnecessary.
Again, it does make you question just what the rest of the team doing. You know Snappy's in middle there. Sure, Snappy finds this kill. This was a quick, really great kill onto Demo. I've got no idea why Jacob peeks into Snappy there. You know your team has the bomb. You know Snappy is there. That means there's one max one player that is around that bomb. Surely just strengthen up your hold with the rest of your team. Play with your team. You just give up a 1v1 to Snappy.
I think the biggest problem as well is, look, they didn't have control of B main. They didn't have control of B site. So they felt so crunched in. I think in that moment, you've got to take some space. But speaking of space taking, Hypex and Demo, excellent positioning here. Nopej across the map finding Prism. This should be a perfect bait in for the MP9 of Demo. But the orb finding, great from Rafax. And now it's these two MP9s remaining. Linko caught off guard. Nopej could fall as well. Excellent though on the AK. Jacob now in a 1v3. Jacob's had a very quiet game.
We can get down Rafax. We've got an interesting situation, but Rafax already crept past. That's the bomb. Making his journey towards that A-bomb site.
Being very cautious here. He's going to need to drop this MP9 now if they don't want to hear him switching weapons, or he's going to have to continue with an MP9. That's the decision he's made. Clearing out Temple here. Now aware that A-Main can be a problem. Great from Snappy. He's had big moments in the last couple rounds, but as you said, 6-1. 6-6? Great resurgence from GTZ.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant start to the game from Apogee, but you can't help but feel utterly disappointed by the rest of the display that they showed on their CT side.
Yeah, I think
a lot of mistakes made there. I mean, great stuff from GTZ, but it felt like we saw a lot of heavy over-rotations and then just silly individual mistakes. And that cost Apogee a good few rounds there at the half. I reckon minimum, if they just sort of sorted out the basics, I think they at least get 9.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'd expect that. Certainly. Well, we've seen a full team disconnect. So,
yeah, this is an interesting one.
Guessing we're under the impression that some slight technical issues. Potentially boot camp here for GTZ gone offline. Look, I feel like this one might be a while. Players are dropping like flies. So what we'll do is we'll jump to a break and hopefully be back in the action on Ancient very shortly. Here we have it. Back into the action, back into the 6-6. You do apologise about these slight server issues, but back into it. Obviously, if you're only just tuning in now, Apogee with an excellent start on their opponent's map pick. They were 6-1 up, Charlie, but now we see GTZ with an excellent response, bringing things back 6-6. So, a very exciting second half we do have on display.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant. Well, I don't
Technical
think the
issues.
issues are completely resolved. It will be a round restart, luckily. I mean, luckily Snappy DC'd before anything really happened. So a nice easy reset. Snappy's now playing for Apogee, and GTZ have lost the round.
6v4. 6v4.
I mean, even then, the form the GTZ are on... I do think a lot of that form did come off of Snappy. So it's going to be interesting, actually, because I do think Snappy was a big part of why GTZ actually, kind of even in that game. I felt like he was really, really stellar on those lurks. On the CT side, obviously, you can get aggressive, you can take from space, look to flank, but it's not going to be as easy to do as it is on the T side. So it'd be interesting what happens if maybe Snappy can't provide that same level of impact. Are we going to see... Oh, well, I think we're going to need to see other players on GTZ pick up some of the slack.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now GTZ, it's a similar kind of spot to what we saw from the likes of Spirit Academy, where Kosuke was really performing well, and then the rest of the team stepped up. So hopefully for GTZ we can see something similar. Just got word that we are going to have to go once again back into another tech pause. So fingers crossed. Doesn't take too long, but we'll be back on Ancient in the second half shortly. Fingers crossed that the kind of continual technical issues will come to a close. GTZ, though, as I've said before, a nice comeback to bring things to a 6-6 scoreline. Got to be said, though, right, Charlie? All of these technical issues probably going to upset their flow, right?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could do, but luckily it's at the start of a new half. It's almost like jumping into the game once again for the first time, but only one half left, and it is going to be GTZ on that CT side. Great push from Snappy, finding one. Does get dinked, will back away, but this certainly is going to disrupt the Apogee hit.
No pairs just tucked away here in the cubby. Nice find from HFAR. Out of the smoke is MS, but HFAR, second secured, does a lot of the work for the third as well. And it's on Linko and Rafax now, both players with 3 kills in total. Not been the most positive of games. This would be a great clutch for them, though. Smoke and a kit on Linko. Ooh, Prism. I've just let himself go down there. HVAR could fall, needs to be cautious. No need to fight here. They can drop a molly on the bomb now. Oh, and there's the smoke coming through. The molly's not going to have its potency. We need to see a denial, but we will see the ninja come through for Linko. I don't really know what's happened here on the bomb site, but it's disappointing. There was such an advantage there from Apogee, but it seemed like they all just neglected the bomb site. I don't really know the reasoning as to why. They could have just all 4 stayed on there and looked to fight, looked to overwhelm. Very unfortunate, it's got to be said.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they had this molly, and that was their intention, so they just fully backed away in hopes of playing for that. But yeah, it certainly cost them. Second 2 versus 4 now that Apogee have lost this game.
Gonna be the force though. We got a couple AKs in play, a couple Mac 10s, and the Tech 9 on Prism. I like the idea. Hypex is just gonna send the A utility. Smoke towards CT1, towards Donut. We will see the smoke come through here from GTZ. Docab gonna nade and flash the smoke, but potentially not perfectly communicated. Snappy is fully blind. He's able to reposition the temple. Where's the trade? It seems like no one knows he's here. Great finds, important trade from Jacob. Nice from Rafax there, quick. And now it's on Hypex and Prism. Smoke fades now, and this is where the round becomes very difficult. MP9 at range, a lot of damage onto No Patch. Hypex has got to find this kill, able to isolate. Big kill to get, now repositioning. Spots out Rafax in the open. He's aware that both these players are here. He's isolated the fight. What has gone on? How is the MP9 doing so much work here now? HE grenade thrown, time to perfection. And Hypex disregards the HE. Walks into it and will go down. Another round in which, to be honest, I think Apogee could have been far better in.
Yeah, I mean, look how close this one was being won now from Hypex. But just completely ignoring the threat of the HE there.
There was a lot of time as well. There was about 45 seconds. Yeah, look. Great HE, though, from Linko. Realising he's low HP. Great way to find the frag without really having any true contact.
I mean, Apogee had the choice to go for the force buy again. They opted against it. It is a bit of a partial buy. There are some weapons in here to do damage, and honestly, just damage will be important here, because so many players fallen for GTZ in these last 2 rounds.
It's so obvious that the final players are going to make their way through cave. Nice trade from HFAR, though. Bomb would be excellent. Linko will get another now. No chance to deny it. Rifle's now been retrieved. Very loud here is Jacob, and it completely ruins any chance for HFAR. Jacob's just ruined the whole round. Obviously, it's a 2-on-4. It's not going to be easy, but as he's jumping through the smoke, MS is now holding for Jacob. Will find HFAR, and then the smoke fades, and he goes down. Bit unnecessary that. Obviously, bomb plant's big, and could see the AWP on Hypex now, but Apogee, there's been moments where they could have played rounds far better, and they just really haven't.
I mean, it's now time for Apogee to show us what they're really all about. From a 6-1, it's now 9-6 in favour of GTZ. Apogee really let this game slip out of their control.
I think right now Apogee have really got to kind of evaluate the issues that have been persistent here in this kind of second sector of Ancient. Obviously, you look at the first 7 rounds, it's excellent. Very rarely a mistake was even seen, but a lot of utility to be landing here on the A-bomb side. A quick rotation will be seen from Nopej. Nice find from Prism. Nopej and MS combined. Demo takes down MS on the back of the bomb site. So we have got this 3-on-3. Still a fair bit of utility remaining here. Nice HE grenade. Spam coming through from Nopej once again.
Yeah, it's all about GTZ's retake now. What can they show us? Got a smoke, got a molly, got a flashbang. That could be enough. They smoke off the donut position and look to isolate Demo.
Yeah, they got a molly A main as well.
They're just taking so long to do anything right now, though. Look how timid they're playing.
Yeah, they've just wasted 15 seconds of their retake, and all of these steps will have been heard now. Smoke will land on the bomb, but it's not perfect. Not the best of positions, and denied by Demo. Excellent stuff here. Bomb diffuser falling. Rafax now just to save this AWP. Yeah, it's got to be said, far too much time taken there from GTZ on that retake, and it just makes things so complicated for them.
See, the issue is, I'm not sure if they're trying to play that one slow to catch off Apogee making their way, sort of looking to survive, and looking to evacuate that bomb site. The issue is, with a map like Ancient, where Donut, you can pretty much survive just from walking a few steps out. You don't really need to leave there for long. And with that being one of the most common post-plant positions, there was no reason for them to back away. So it was either that, or they were just wasting a lot of time hoping Apogee were going to make some big mistakes that just never came. I would have much rather just seen them save in the 3v3 than sort of trying to attempt a very late retake. Because you can see they didn't even have an idea where the bomb actually was.
Again, Apogee, they are kind of gravitating towards the A-bomb site quite frequently here. I don't mind the idea of it. See what they can find. Steps are going to be heard here now. They've not been quiet. Smoke will land, but flashes are excellent. And look at this. Prism sent in. We'll find 2, and straight away it's just going to have to be the save. Excellent from Apogee here. Perfect game plan. Flashes are brilliant, and look, if that's what Apogee execute looks like, I think there's a real reason and a real argument as to why they've been gravitating towards it.
Yeah, I mean, an execute like that, by all means, they deserve a hit towards that side of the map. Brilliant stuff from them. Nice, clean execute. I mean, we're really starting to see what Apogee do have on this T side, and so far it's not bad. Some nice clean executes. One every round since they've had these guns out.
Seems very simple though. Something that definitely could be kind of capitalized upon from GTZ. So maybe we need to see a little bit more trickery from Apogee, because it is seeming very simple. And don't get me wrong, like, a lot of the time we praise teams for kind of doing the the simple stuff right. But it's got to be said that GTZ, once they realise Apogee's intentions, that's where things could get tough on this T side once again.
I mean, I'm more curious to see what they're able to do towards the B side of things. Because that's where a lot of contact will be made early. A lot of fighting will happen there, and see already smokes and mollies being deployed from the CTs, but the C's not respecting any of it. Maybe they should. Linko is going to be able to find a player boosting up. Doubles down, finds the third, and talk about simple. Just see the spam, and then everyone neglect to look towards that position at all, and what a one-sided round this one is.
Yeah, look. Apogee, they changed things up. They look to try and make their way towards B, and they have been shut down. They've been silenced. Snappy, I like what he's doing here as well. No need to push here. No need to give an escape route for Demo.
I do think Demo spotted him on the map. And I think that's why he's this focused. I think one of his teammates would have called. I think you spotted him. But Snappy finds it with the pistol anyway. 5 survivors as GTZs. They hit double digits. And that's what I mean. That's why I was interested towards the B side of things. Because the full buy rounds that we actually seen from Apogee, they both ended with A finishes. We haven't actually seen any mid fights going on. We haven't actually seen any fights towards B. But I mean, if Linko's able just to push out Cave alone, no support, find 3 kills, then I don't think Apogee have much of a chance on this D side. If anything like that is able to continue.
Aggression here towards B once again from Apogee. Linko's got to be cautious. Great swing. No trade from the AWP here of Hypex. A lot of damage dealt to Nopej. This could be the aggressive push that we've been hoping for Apogee. Rotations have been seen now, and we could just see Apogee back away. I thought we'd be seeing a spam through the wall there. Nopej could have fallen. See a line across the mini-map here from GTZ. The A-bomb site open. With a lot of time on the clock, Apogee can change their minds here, but a lot of noise being made here by Demo, not only the sets, but utility as well. And that's why we will just see this continuance here from GTZ. They're happy to just keep 3 players towards B. Jacob has got a flash. Smoke's landed. See a nade of the smoke come through as well. Flash has come over. There's no way of them clearing this left-hand side without bloodshed. Demo. Nice find. Molly onto the bomb site. Jacob. Oh, Jacob could go down here. Somehow surviving through the flames and bullets. 3 on 3 now. Orp been transferred here to Nopej. Look here in Cave. Nice find from Jacob. They line up though. Oh, where he's in the cubby. Excellent. Now all on the AWP of Hypex. Just going to wait.
Go for the double swing. He holds his nerve, and that might have worked, but MS with an instant headshot to deny and take them down.
Yeah, GTZ, they've looked really good in these kind of B defenses. I think it's got to be said. Apogee, they lose their chance. I think they should have looked to go straight away. They knew the location of the AWP. They knew that another player was low HP from the body shot. And the fact they delay, they use a lot of utility whilst just sitting there and waiting towards ramp. But excellent trade there. And Apogee calling a pause, and it has such importance. Charlie, that's 10 out of the last 12 rounds going the way of GTZ.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still super curious what on earth has happened to Apogee here. A team that looks so promising at the start of this one. Completely just fallen apart. I mean, it wasn't just the fact that they were 6-1 up. It was the fact that they were 6-1 up, and it was extremely dominant. I mean, look.
Yeah, they looked unbeatable.
I mean, at that point, all of GTZ had 9 kills. You had HVO on 9 kills, Prism on like 12. And that was just after 7 rounds. But completely slowed down from there. Made a lot of mistakes. They've lost, like we said, 2v4s this game. Losing the pistol in the second half. Felt like it was just giving them that repeat of how things finished in the first half, sadly.
Yeah, we've got to praise GTZ, though. Like, the opportunities that have been given to them, they've certainly taken. I feel like a lot of the time when you see teams making plenty of mistakes, when they're not capitalised upon, it can be so disappointing, but a lot of bloodshed already here on the B-bomb site. Smoke towards top ramp. Demo forced to back away. Man advantage here for GTZ.
Yeah, someone's going to need to really dig deep here on Apogee to find a solution to a round like this.
I don't know why we've seen the change. Apogee, they were going towards A. The executes were working well. And now they opt to go towards the B-bomb site. One of the main reasons that Apogee were finding it so easy on A is because there was always this triple B setup from GTZ.
But look at GTZ here. They're under no pressure. They don't feel like they need to rotate anyone across.
Yeah, very rarely have Apogee sent anyone on a late lurk in middle. And this is where the simplistic kind of game plan here of Apogee is going to be kind of picked apart. Not even a kill found from those 3 aggressors up ramp. GTZ, an excellent performance from them. Apogee looked lifeless here. Prism was what? 10-0? 11-1 at one point?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty disastrous finish for Apogee, and I think we all know where this one is heading. GTZ are going to be taking that all-important map number 1 that we mentioned. I just don't see a world in which Apogee can make a comeback.
I'll be honest, I think GTZ actually have a really strong chance to take it in 2-0. Okay, Nuke's not their best, and it's a real strong point for Apogee, but you got to talk about confidence. You got to talk about the mindset that Apogee are going to be having currently, because it was 6-1. It's now 12-8.
Oh, heading back towards A. Snappy has found the bomb. A lot of damage, yeah. Tons of damage dealt there, and Apogee might look to just back away.
And look, now they opt for a slower approach, and look what it's done. They found a kill in middle. Obviously, they've traded the kill towards A main. We've got Rafax currently in Donut alone. The other 2 players on in middle in Red Room. We could see some progression here up towards B from Prism. You know, right now, it seems like Apogee, they finally played around slowly, and it can work very well for them. Just got to stay silent. Shift their way out towards A. Drop a smoke in Donut. We've got a real chance. Prism's going to be on a really long lurk. I would have much preferred him go towards middle, maybe look to try and retrieve that weapon, or at least head back towards A main. Orb's now posted up. Reposition will have been heard there. Linko finds Prism. And now we see this aggression, but Rafax not going to be ready for that. Once we see the contact made towards B, I like it from Rafax. He's kind of identifying, okay, well, they should be coming towards Donut, but they don't. Linko, though, very quick, wanting to play in front of this smoke. They have dropped one of their own. Nice HE grenade. Ooh, just the slight spot there. Bullets cannot be connected, and GTZ. Save here is going to be important. Money's not perfect for them. I think Linko's going to look for a late ninja. I really like the idea of this. It's very cheeky. H5 is still posted. We'll find him.
I mean, what a way that would have been to end the game.
Totally possible, though. Look, H4's on low HP. If H4 backs away a little bit quicker, we could have seen a chance for the ninja. There was only 1 player in Donut. There would have been a real chance.
3 more rounds needed for Apogee just to bring things to overtime. And it's going to be a real hard-fought battle for them just to be able to make it here now. It'd be great to see a bit of overtime action on map number 1 in this series, but I think surely GTZ have to be able to close it out at some point, but it's this fight towards B again. Rafax in mid takes down Jacob.
Yeah, a lot of players for GTZ in middle. I like the idea here. Linko's got to survive, and the position he's in with an MP9, you know he's in a nice position to deal some damage. Man advantage goes to 2 here for GTZ, and Demo, excellent kill there. Big fight there onto Snappy. It's going to force a rotation here. Steps heard. This is all a bait, but look at the minimap, Charlie. Has rotated the 2 B players off now. Flashbang into CT. This is where Apogee need to take their time. They've got to take control now. Lopez going to be rotating in. But now, Apogee, they've lost their chance to take control of the B-bomb site. You know, if we had Hypex at top ramp posted up in CT, he can find an easy pick. You know, Prism's there on the right-hand side. He can try and catch off these rotations. Demo's job was to sell the fake, and he did just that.
And now information gained. CTs know that there's at least some players here towards B. The bomb will get planted by Hypex.
It's all going to be on Demo, though. He's going to be offering this late lurk. Deep molly should be good. I think the CTs might be able to creep on round it. Oh, important shot from Hypex. All posted up. Great find from Hypex again. He's had a quiet game, but a big round to come alive. And now we do have this flank coming through. Hypex just got to survive. The jumping MP9 will find him. Linko doesn't fancy his chances in the 1 versus 2, so will just back away and save the AWP. But a big round there from Hypex.
Yeah, Apogee can still save an AWP of their own. So we'll be backing away. Linko has an opportunity to find Prism here, but Prism will be backing away. Yeah, massive round from Hypex there just to keep the dream alive for Apogee.
This was a 3-on-5 though on one point. We got to say that Apogee do very well there in that kind of scenario. Quick shot from Hypex though. I love this. Just knows that Rafax will be posted up towards ramp.
Final tactical pause as well now from Apogee.
Look, GTZ, it's going to be a half buy here. Don't get me wrong, they've got the AWP in play and they definitely can do something in this round, but it can come all the way down to number 24. And in a game that we kind of wrote off Apogee after that strong streak from GTZ, there certainly is still a chance for overtime now. They've passed the most recent tests.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely we're going to come down to round number 24.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless Rafax has anything he's able to do with this AWP.
He's opted to go for armor here, which does mean if he wants an AWP in the next, probably going to have to glass cannon.
The issue is he would have
been able to buy one, I believe.
Yeah, he would have just Kevlar. Or he would be $50 off and needed kill. But no, yeah, would have to have quite a few kills in this round to be able to buy one. Even then, pretty unlikely. So, there's still a chance. There's an AWP and an MP9 in play.
Yeah, maybe the idea here is just, look, can we try and save the AWP once again? I think it would be better to save the investment for Kevlar in the next round, but look, if they win it in this one, I think we will be praising Rafax. You assume he'll be doing a lot of the work.
It is a B stack.
Oh, missed shot from Rafax.
Yeah, it's been made known. The positioning, the pistols through the smokes aren't finding anything, but Rafax finds his first kill. Gets the second. Prism goes down. Just the 2 from Rafax, but Linko nearby with this MP9.
Yeah, Linko might just look to try and save this AWP now.
Ooh. 100 damage dealt there onto Demo, so had to stop him planting in that default position.
Nice from Demo there. Linko swinging wide. We'll get one. We'll double down. Linko brought this to a 1v1. Hypex on the AWP. If the missed shot comes through, surely we'll see Linko find him, and we do. Wow. It's the weaker weapons. It's the MP9 that wins it here. GTZ. It's a 1v3 for Linko. Where's the trading? What's gone on?
I think that round pretty well sums up the finish to the game that we ended up seeing there from the Polish side. That is a devastating way to lose the game from Apogee. You win that round, it goes down to round 24, and you've got a chance to bring yourself to overtime, but no, it is going to be Nuke up next. Apogee, this is a map that we're feeling very confident for them. It felt like a near guarantee. I still think they're going to be massively favoured, but GTZ, you mentioned a bit of the mental game in terms of what could happen on map number 2. Apogee not only was 6-1 up, extremely dominant and let that one slip and didn't win a round for a long time. They also just lost that game in a 1 versus 3 to an MP9 in a eco round. Yeah, very symbolic. It's not a good spot. Yeah, very symbolic of their kind of continuance on Ancient. It seems like a lot of mistakes were made there from Apogee. Hopefully we don't see something similar on Nuke, but GTZ, they're going to be very happy with that comeback. Obviously, we have got Nuke, the selection of Apogee. They're going to feel confident, but they're going to have to take it if they want to proceed to playoffs in this series. But obviously, Nuke coming up very shortly after the break.
Right, Charlie, HVAR had an incredible game, right? Leading in kills, leading in damage, leading in opening kills, rating, anything that HVAR did turned to gold except for the scoreline. For Apogee, they looked a little bit lifeless in that kind of middle portion, as it was a 6-1 scoreline, went 6-6. Now, at least they're on their map selection of Nuke, which they've looked very promising on. And the question that I've got to ask is, are we thinking 2-0 for GTZ, or do you think Apogee should take Nuke?
I think, despite how poor things really were for Apogee on map number 1, I think considering what we did see and the slip-ups and the sort of pitfalls that they fell into, I just can't see a world where a team whose last 3 results on Nuke were a 13-1, a 13-5, and a 13-6, all of which being losses. I just cannot see a world in which Apogee lose to that. On what is their best map, they're on some great form on it. They've lost 2 games out of their last 11 that they've played. And even if you want to just sort of fast forward to this year, it's still them winning 4 out of 5. This is still a very, very competent team on Nuke, a very comfortable team on Nuke. And unless GTZ have been really working on this map, I just can't see this one falling to the side for Apogee.
Yeah, and look, the only loss that they have had this year has been to Fnatic. A massive name within the Counter-Strike scene, a massive name that I think many here in the CCT will know that Fnatic are going to be a favourite to win a vast majority of their games, and obviously that's why they have progressed into the playoffs with a 3-0 record. So, look, I think the only slight hiccup that Apogee have had in this map in quite some time, obviously their previous loss came on the 22nd of November. They've looked very convincing on Nuke. Don't get me wrong, I think GTZ, if they play with confidence, if they have the kind of the wind behind the sails, I think they certainly can upset here. But it's clear that Nuke's a map they're not so confident on. Obviously, we spoke about the vetoes, how they were always going to favour Apogee, just on the basis that GTZ's best map is Apogee's permaban. But I think even if we go under the impression that Apogee do find Nuke, I think we know Anubis is a strong point for both teams. So it is going to be a great finish. Obviously, that's if we do get that, because there is still the chance for GTZ to 2-0. There is still that possibility. And I think obviously we spoke about kind of the disappointing end to that ancient game for the likes, obviously, of Apogee. But at least they got a couple rounds, you know, beforehand. At least it wasn't kind of 10 in a row, 11 in a row, and GTZ ended all. At least there was some kind of continual stints. It just seemed, though, that Apogee, it was a very simplistic T-side. A vast majority of their rounds were, we're going to hit to A together, we're going to hit to B together. And to be honest, their A hits were really effective. It was on that side of the B-bomb site where things felt a little flat. But I think for GTZ, there was plenty of players that we could point out. Snappy doing a lot of heavy lifting on the T side, creating a lot of control and kind of creating presence through Red Room and in middle. I feel like we didn't have so much of that from Apogee on a map like Ancient. Whereas I feel like Nuke, obviously you can try and get a lurk down towards Secret, you can try and get a lurk, outside. But I feel like a vast majority of the time of Nuke, playing with a pack mentality can work really well. So I think maybe that's what's favoured Apogee so nicely. But look, I think if we do see a comeback here from GTZ and we do see success on Nuke, I think it's going to be a great story for them because their recent games on Nuke haven't been so promising. But speaking of Nuke, we head to Cedar Creek now as the pistol round will be underway in a matter of moments. So I'm excited for this. Can Apogee bounce back after that loss, or will we see the kind of craziness that could be a 2-0 for GTZ?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance. Look, they're in a spot where they are one map away from being able to make it to the playoffs. The only thing that scares me for GTZ's chances are the fact that we've seen this matchup, we've seen this map between these two teams just a couple of weeks ago. There wasn't a single T round that GTZ could find, and even on their CT side, they only found 5 rounds. I think this first half will give us a good understanding of where this one's going to go. I still have to be favouring Apogee, though, on this map.
It'd be quite silly to try and think that, they wouldn't find success. Nuke's clearly a map they have looked dominant on. And look, I think a lot of the time we talk about maps like Inferno, like Dust, like Mirage, being maps where it feels like you can't really look to massively dominate. Yeah, Nuke, one of the most strategic maps in the pool, one of probably the most intricate maps in the pool, with it being kind of double layered, and now with Vertigo gone, I feel like this is a map where you can look to kind of dominate not only with the mind games, but also kind of the decision making. You see in this round, Apogee, they show some force towards ramp. In doing so, Nopej instinctively rotates down, kind of impending, a lower sight hit, but Apogee take control towards A as well. So I think right now, Apogee, they're going to be feeling confident. I think they are going to be very disheartened, though, with their Ancient endeavours, because it was very poor. I think that's safe to say. There's no point kind of glossing over it. It was a poor performance in that kind of second half, I guess you could say, or the second portion of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a good map for them to give themselves a bit more confidence, and get ready for Anubis as that third and final, which I do think we are going to head to. Interesting if we do see a big upset, because I think that'll be big for GTZ personally, not just the fact that they make it to playoffs, but more so the fact that they're able to take down a Nuke team on a map that we haven't seen very good signs from them in the past. They are going for a force buy here. I do think that says a lot. The fact that they want to try to press the issue here as soon as possible. They want to get on the scoreboard and maybe just try to get a bit of a streak over Apogee as quick as possible.
Yeah, look, it's a double-edged sword, though. Look, if they lose this one, Apogee can go on a bit of a streak of their own. But Snappy very quick towards outside, finds the pick with the MP9, accompanied by the scout tag from Rafax. And now it's Apogee kind of forced into a different decision. It seemed like they wanted to play this as a bit of a default, take some control towards both outside and ramp. But the fact that they've lost that early kill towards outside, now they're a little bit worried. Okay, well, is there going to be a flank coming? Are we going to have to deal with someone in the back lines? Where are these final players for GTZ residing? Because there was 2 towards outside. Maybe we should have hit towards A, but they've kind of opted against that decision now. And as the dust settles, Apogee, they're still in T-spawn, really.
Yeah, just slowing things down. They do have the smokes to do some deep outside ones if that's what they opt to do.
Already a player down secret though in Snappy, and now we're going to see this lobby control, but we need to see the trade. Important trade from HFAR. The ramp aggressors back away, and quite rightly. Back to a leveled up game though. I like this here though from Snappy. Emerges up secret. Searching for control towards outside, and as the smoke fades, Prism falls, AK upgraded to now, and Snappy's had a monumental round. Not only getting the opener towards outside, Nopej is on the back of the bomb site. Not even going to be ready for him, not in the slightest. We see the swing come through, native the smoke. H4 now in a tough clutch, but the MP9 swinging round. And the force buy is a success story here. Excellent from GTZ, but it's Snappy to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it. This initial push outside. This lobby take got a bit dicey for GTZ. Caught Demo off guard, but just no bullets connected. He's able to turn, find one, a lot of damage onto the second before finally getting silenced, and easy trade there for Apogee to bring themselves back into that round. But it's Snappy again. Great positioning. And good work to find, obviously, that third kill as well. So forced by Warp.
Really
Interestingly,
started,
Apogee
yeah.
have actually kept a decent bit of money in the reserve.
It seems like we might see a bit of a double eco. An attempt with Deagles, but Snappy here towards Garage. Nice find. Quick trade from Prism. Got a player on top main here, and this is something
Yeah,
that
the
Linko...
CDs need to be careful.
Ooh. No trade coming through, though. Linko, although he may seem trapped in main, he's got information of the player on top. Oh, MS. Timing goes against him. But he will be able to find Demo. Important kill, though, from Linko. Weaker weapon, and Linko. Nice triple there.
And this should be the round where GTZ can look to make a bit of cash.
Yeah, it's interesting because GTZ, they've got kind of 2 rounds or 3 rounds here now with these MP9s. Obviously, they do really well to best the full buys, best against the Galils and the AKs, but it's the fact it's not the full investment from Apogee in the last. It's going to be an eco from them in this one. I'm not too sure what's happened, but for GTZ, they're going to be loving life right now.
I mean, I don't actually mind the sort of double eco. It's still not a great loss bonus. It's only the 2.4. So Apogee, I mean, don't get me wrong, it did kind of feel like they conceded the last round by maybe just not having armor on some players, maybe not having a couple of extra weapons, extra piece of util. But it does feel like they prioritized this round that we're about to see coming up now. Again, though, a couple of kills there from Prism at the end. Keeps the economy of GTZ as humble as possible.
I don't know if you saw that. I believe Linko could have thrown the M4 across. MS might have been able to get a rifle there. I don't think it's going to have the biggest kind of problems in the future, but certainly something to think about. Rafax on the AWP, though. I think Rafax had a bit of a weird game on Ancient. I feel like he was having moments, but it wasn't all too consistent.
No, Snappy still feels like the player that we're watching out for, and I mean, it's great on all when you've got someone who I think we're clearly looking at as that star, but it does make you worry if Snappy slows down, what that means for GTZ's chances.
Yeah, most definitely. Linko and Demo in close proximity here towards Squeaky. And the smoke fades. Things could become quite costly, but no flashes here for Linko's position. He's tucked away to Tetris. We'll be able to get one, eventually blinded, taken down by Jacob. They've got to deal with this player on the back of the bomb site, though, in MS. With the MP9 in hand, it's not an unfavored weapon at this time. Lopez rotating in through main can find Jacob, and Prism fully blinded. Trying to keep himself alive on the back of the bomb site. We'll get one. Orp in heaven, going to be mollied off. And now, flashing through the smoke, Snappy's taking control towards main here. But Hypex, is he going to be ready for the player in Squeaky? Well, seemingly not. But Hypex still doing work here now. A quick rotation and reposition to Hut. But this is something that the teams might be worried about. Lopez finds, though, tap of the bomb. It's going to force the hand of Hypex, being held by Rafax. Spots no one on the bomb, and now worried about main. Oh, missed shots from Hypex, though. Taken down by Rafax. A nice retake from GTZ. It seemed like in all altercations, Apogee, they feel very much under pressure there. It seemed like they didn't really have any chance to kind of breathe.
Yeah, I don't actually know if MS found a single kill. Yeah, he did there. You can just see in the replays. One kill from MS, but unbelievable job just to keep himself alive at the back of the bomb site. It's so tough to do that. You can get mollied off. You can get flashed. And you can basically be in such an uncomfortable position. But nobody came down for his position. In fact, maybe he did. That's why he dropped the smoke, perhaps. But regardless, he played it excellently. Just to delay and not actually give Apogee that control. It allowed Rafax to rotate in from heaven. But also just allowed his team to always keep contesting that bomb site.
I love this call. 7 players down vent. Look to take control towards ramp. Bomb site taken. H4 on the back lines. Wait your turn, fella. And he does. Nice from H4. Great discipline. Jacob on the back of the bomb site finding Snappy. And now these final players just going to have to save. Apogee with kind of a quick turn there. I love the idea of the fast vent play. I feel like it's a gimmick you can only really do once a game, but it's worked perfectly.
I mean, not if GTZ have a hold like that. You can probably do it as many times as you want. Yeah, not great there. Not so much about actually defending the vent play, it was just more so what happened afterwards.
Yeah, and ramp wasn't perfect.
The ramp play wasn't great. It's always an awkward position to be in a bit of a one and done spot when you're up against pistols. And also the fact that we see your player go down vent and another player's just sort of spamming. I don't know if they're spamming the wall in hut or if they're spamming the smoke, but there's someone who's just able to walk on past and flank his teammate. Yeah, just sort of mistakes and missteps that they're seemingly overlooking. There's been a couple of times now this game so far that there's been a lurking squeaky that has caught out GTZ. That's sort of, as soon as anyone's down towards the lower site, where's the lurk going to be? That should be your instant thought. They're going to be towards squeaky.
I think it's a definite kind of indication that this GTZ side aren't well versed here on Nuke. I feel like it's got to be kind of an easily identifiable issue. I feel like a lot of teams on the CT side of Nuke, they know that there's going to be a late lurking squeaky. And the fact that GTZ overlooked that position should cost them in future. Down towards Secret, Apogee goes. Silent in their decisions. I like the idea of this. Already we have got a defender in Linko. Linko had some big moments on Ancient. He's had some decent moments here on Nuke. Just jump spotting with a flash. Rafak's rotating down as well. I like the idea of this. Because the windows are already broken. He can look to set up on the angle. But the Molotov going to keep him at bay for now. He's in a good angle to get one and back away though. And that's exactly what will happen. Absolutely excellent. Going to send the HE grenade. Bit of a frantic position to be in. Demo will find this pick. The vent player in MS goes down. And now Rafak's somewhat alone here on the bomb site. Linko will peek in, but Rafax's smoke has gone so wrong. We'll find one with a USP. And they've headed up to A. They've maneuvered their way up vent. Nopej is quick to rotate up to heaven. No one holding currently. HE grenade dealing so much damage to H4 and Demo.
Yeah, bit in response there from Nopej, but the other Molotov will get dropped out towards hub and not actually blocking. He's far from being able to contest in this round.
Demo's position's excellent. And now it's all an attempt to take down the saving orb, but they will be able to do so, and this is the Apogee we expected. Last second decision to head up vent. Vital.
Yeah, a lot of players down there towards the lower site. Not a lot of impact found. MS felt maybe a little bit too comfortable emerging from those vents. Despite the information obviously would have been relayed that they've already crossed this vent position. He just sort of makes all this noise and swings out looking deep towards Secret when they're already close by.
I think as well, the player who's kind of taken down towards credit. You know, again, it's a late lurk, top silo. The players made their way down Secret through outside. To me, that's always going to be a problem. There's going to be someone top silo, maybe someone top main. There's something they've got to be aware of. But again, it's clear that GTZ, they aren't so comfortable here on Nuke. Nice find from Jacob. Important kill onto Nopej, and now could force the hand of GTZ to take some control towards lobby because they've lost the Secret player. Ramp's not too well defended. A wrap through heaven is going to be a real problem now for GTZ. Ooh, HFAR has been loud about it.
Yeah, missed 2 jumps. Only makes it on the 3rd, but I mean, whether players were initially close enough to actually hear that or not, they should be aware that it's definitely a possibility. But it should just be around where the teams are looking to see how easily can they clean this one up. And they've taken the A-bomb site here. Rafak's the only weapon to worry about, CZ and armor. We'll find one. wants to retrieve this gun. I mean, does for a brief moment before Prism does eliminate. And Apogee, another round for them to take, and a leveled up score.
This is somewhat reminding me of the ancient game we just watched. GTC had that initial kind of strength, yeah, a real bounce back here now from Apogee, and with this being their map selection, with them looking so confident and convincing here, I think for GTZ, it's not looking perfect. Especially with the realization that their T side is so weak, as you pointed out before. Charlie, in the 32 rounds that they've played here on Nuke, they are yet to win a single round on their T side.
Yeah,
obviously
that
is the
speaks
game.
volumes.
Yeah, their game against Ecstatic and Apogee.
I mean, I do have to say, I mean, the difference obviously between map number 1 and 2 in terms of both scenarios. Obviously, Apogee map number 1, they were winning these rounds significantly more dominantly. But also, we always knew GTZ were going to come into Nuke in a tough spot. Regardless of what the scoreline said, it feels like this is a map and a situation between these two teams that I think even if GTZ were sort of 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds up, I'd still be looking at Apogee to be able to have a response. And that is just sadly what history has told us about GTZ on this map.
Quite a cool stat for you, Charlie. We've had 11 games for Apogee. They've got an 81.8% win rate on this map. We've got the exact same win rate when it comes to pistol rounds as well. Just, you know, just that's something you care about.
Just throwing that out there.
Oh, yeah.
Linko goes down, finds nothing. HVAT with 1, Prism with a 2nd, and these executes are nice and simple. Apogee trying to save these weapons again. Rafax will be able to find Prism, but not before he takes down Snappy. Rafax kind of needs to stay and fight for a little bit longer.
Miss shot.
Do so, but misses his shot, and soon there's going to be a lot of T's hunting him down, wanting to remove this AWP.
The problem is there's just so much money for Apogee. I don't know how Rafax is going to
Great spot to play in.
Yeah, he's... Smoke's a gift. Elevation from Rafax, another missed shot. He's always going to go down. Apogee take the lead now. Money in a very difficult scenario for GTZ, so an expected half bite. But I think Ancient had the idea that it could have gone either way. And when we talk about Anubis, because I feel like that is where we're going, let's be honest, I think right now at Apogee it would be crazy to see them lose here on Nuke. You know, GTZ, it's a map they look good on. Obviously, 3 for 3 regarding wins, but 2 of which being in deep overtime. So, I'm excited for this final map. I'm happy that we haven't seen a 2-0. Or at least that's what I'm expecting. Unless if GTZ can come back and look dominant on their T side. But the fact that they've played 32 rounds in the last 2 games of this map and have yet to win a T-sided round, I think pretty damning stat.
Again, Apogee, good looking round here. Always going to be a bit of a simpler one for them. But that's going to be at least a guaranteed even halftime score for them. And already you look at that and say, yeah, that's pretty good T-side.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was more the fact that I always came into this first half thinking, I think GTZ at a bare minimum need to win this half.
I would have actually quite liked to see GTZ, although a little bit unorthodox. I'd love to have just seen them full eco in this round. And then they get a full buyout, yet they still have around that kind of 1400. And then even if they lose, they get another full buy going into the last round. Because it's clear that when they've got weaker weapons in play, they haven't looked that good at all. It's clear that, you know, without kind of MP9s or a scout, when it's just pistols, I feel like Apogee have always been victorious. So I would have liked to see GTZ opt for just a full eco to allow them to get out 2, you know, perfect investments in round number 11 and 12.
Terrorists win.
And that is the Yeah, that is the 6th round confirmed.
Yeah, 5th round in a row. Obviously, it was Apogee to kick off a victory here on Nuke, testing them on the pistol. Yeah, it was the Force Buy that kind of gave GTZ their chances.
I mean, you do fear for them what would have happened if they weren't able to win that, because that obviously provided them a lot of their successes. Apogee basically went for that double eco afterwards.
And then they lost the round after. They lost the first full buy. Nice find from Rafax, though. Excellent on the AWP here. Going to be a quick reposition. Timing on this HE. Looks nice initially, but Prism. Good decision there. I don't mind this. Already rotating players down towards B. GTZ in a man advantage scenario, so certainly the possibility here. I like the idea of Linko jump spotting, but I don't know why he's not doing it with an HE in hand. Ooh, no longer jump spotting, he's peeking.
Information gain, and the T's quick about this now. Jacob on the lurk, and this one catches off Snappy. Looking towards Squeaky, but not realizing he's outside towards her. And up the vents they go. This isn't a great call. There are 2 players still here towards A.
Yeah, they've mollied off the first, though. Oh, a missed Molotov, in fact. And MS still on the back of the bomb site. Important kill from Prism now. HE grenade to land towards Heaven. Flank coming through, and excellent from Prism again. Nopech has progressed on out. And the final player in lobby. Nice find from Hypex. Rafax and Hypex, the alt 1v1, but it'll be the pistol of Rafax to find. GTZ, a nice round there.
Yeah, we've seen some good rotations from Apogee. That one a little bit too much. I think they were just assuming, without much information, that GTZ were gonna do a big sort of gamble rotation across. They rotated off of a single kill that was found from the lurk there from Jacob, but Jacob didn't look towards the bomb site at all. Just killed one player, and then everyone shoots up the vent. And then, once again, it felt like they assumed the bomb site was going to be clear, and you still have players sort of holding other positions. Hypex could have easily helped towards that bomb site. If he had a single glance, probably could have kept Prism alive, and then they're in that 1 versus 2 there. But, yeah, I mean, you can't fault them for having one round where they make a couple of mistakes.
Well, look as well,
continue too heavily.
I think the way that MS and Nopech just don't face there is an excellent kind of factor for their success. Snappy though in a good position, gets a double, now repositioning, drops on top of Ben. Hypex looking to push on out, but Snappy still not accounted for. H4 here towards outside, an important pick. Snappy on top of Hut. Prism emerging out of Squeaky. H4 will find the MP9 at range. There's going to be a flank from Nopej. We're going to see a vent drop here. It'd be an excellent call, and that is the decision. It's all a bait. Oh, it's not. Never mind. He just mollied his teammate off.
Yeah, a little bit of chip damage dealt there to Prism.
Nothing major, though. I don't think it'll be the biggest of problems. Nopej certainly could be, though. Prism. If he loses this 1v1, it puts H4 in a very tough 1v2 scenario. He's on low HP. Nice find from H4. Prism now can look to get this trade, and timing's excellent. They do take the half with 7. A great half from Apogee, I think we've got to say. They clearly look the favourites here on Nuke. And just based on GTZ's previous performances on Nuke, they have got a lot of work to do on their T side.
Yeah, good advantage there as well in that round for GTZ, but just can't close it out. Big response from Apogee.
Look, Charlie, you look at the last couple games for GTZ, their T side has been non-existent here on Nuke. Do you know what I'd love to see? Just a bit of chaos. Just a bit of kind of madness. Just let players play off individuals, because we know the ability of these players. It's clear that the strategies aren't kind of well drilled, aren't perfect here for GTZ. So instead of trying to kind of play the smart way, I think you play with a bit of freedom. You kind of give players the freedom to do whatever they please here on Nuke, because I think that's their best chance.
I mean, that's the issue. Nuke is probably one of the worst maps to be able to just do that and think you can win a game. It's so easy to punish sort of players looking for lone 1v1s in comparison to what it is on certain other maps. I mean, Apogee in this one looks like it's going to be a nice clean pistol, unless Linko can do anything. Prism tucks in the back of the bomb site. And with just the tap of the bomb for now, Prism is peeking and we'll still find Linko anyway. Apogee with their 8th round now. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult with that on Nuke, because if you're looking, because most of the sort of control that you get is done as a team. It's very difficult just for one player to break into somewhere and open up a whole portion of the map. You look at it with outside, you sort of need those outside smokes to be able to get anyone any deep control towards A. There's so many angles to clear that if you don't have the right util to back you up, you will just be taken down for free. Similar with ramp as well. It's a lot of angles that people can be playing from. It's just one player maybe peeking into an AWP. There's just no chance. It is a difficult map to do something like that. It is probably the biggest map in the map pool where if you aren't 100% comfortable with it, everyone at home knows.
Yeah, you're going to get
very easy. It's very easy to see if you're not particularly comfortable with that.
Yeah,
and that's just off your rotations and things like that.
I think it's tough, but maybe GTZ just need to opt for kind of quick approaches. I think a lot of the time on Nuke, you'll see some outside smokes, you'll see some kind of silent pushes, and a little bit of confusion that the T's usually look to kind of operate with. Maybe let's see some fast ramp hits, let's see some fast A hits, because a couple quick shots, things can work out quite nicely. But speaking of quick shots, the MP9, lovely that. Reload's going to have to be seen from Linko, but a fast flank from ramp of Demo, and now Linko very much trapped. Apogee continue. This is going to be it. Look, Apogee. They're going to have a real test against them here. GTZ, it's their time with the AKs in hand. I think right now, though, GTZ just need to be... They need to be understanding of the fact that Nuke was going to be a victory for Apogee, or at least many would expect it. I think they can't let a loss here kind of dispel their successes that we could see on Anubis. But as you said, the last time these two teams faced one another on Nuke, it was a 13-5 scoreline with 5 found on the CT side of GTZ. Could see something similar, but excellent trade from Snappy.
Yeah, paranoid of another player being close here outside. Snappy just playing a little bit more timidly right now. I mean, Snappy, honestly, just the way he plays, he does feel perfectly suited to Nuke.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially towards that outside area. And I might be wrong. I swear he used to play Nuke. I'm double checking this now.
What is going on here? Are they walking into each other? Do they know
he didn't
this?
play Nuke at all. Maybe he did.
Well, as the smoke fades, H-Far doubles, Hypex trades, bomb down, and Snappy, the player, you said that his game plan and his style may be tailored to Nuke. Let's see what he can do in this clutch.
He's got a nice bit of position in here.
Another step on the player on the bomb side. Oh, okay. And he sadly can't even find the first. It's so unfortunate. I love the idea, though, from Snappy. This is the only chance he can win the round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to make that sort of risk. Tries to go for multiple. Had a chance, just timing wasn't on his side there.
He got the info of the ramp player, though, and once the steps were made towards her, I think if Snappy just kind of just sits, waits, sees the swing, could have found them both, and then obviously he's got that isolated 1v1. But it's a nice attempt. Apogee, though, they will find double digits, and look, I feel like we're seeing similar signs from both H-Far and Prism here. They're looking really good. And interestingly, Charlie, the kind of successes that we are quite used to seeing from Jacob haven't really been seen here. It was the bottom performer and Ancient, not kind of lighting up the server either here on Nuke, but big moment for Demo. Nice double, make it a third, make it a fourth. And that's what an AK spray should look like. Absolutely excellent.
Yeah, welcome to Apogee's home turf here. GTZ, time to get out. Clean 5 survivors and just great showing of Demo's ability there. Yeah, like you said, brilliant spray from him. I mean, let's have a look at this again.
Just so clean. I think obviously the helping hand is they're all dropping down. If anyone swung from the left-hand side, I think we might have seen a different story, but Apogee now 2 rounds away from taking Nuke, their map selection, and then obviously we head to Anubis. I love this from Apogee. I absolutely love this. They're winning rounds. They're feeling confident. Let's take a pause. Let's make sure that we do close this out 13-5. Let's continue this disappointing T-side streak of GTZ in their last 3 maps here on Nuke. Ten out of the last 11 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I like Apogee just using his tactical pause. Just more so the fact that they are respecting GTZ here.
Do you think it's the other?
Pardon?
Do you think it's the other way where they're calling a tactical? No?
No, I don't think you can after map number 1. I think they were probably humbled a bit there. I think, honestly, this is just a point where they're probably thinking, we've got a dominant scoreline. We're in a great spot. Let's not give them a foothold into this game. Let's not give them anything going into that final map here. Bro, this is for promotion.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of mistakes between these two teams, which we knew both teams were going to make coming into this. But, I mean, right now, this Nuke's looking brilliant. Love that lobby take that we've just seen there. Absolutely dominate GTZ in their final chance to keep themselves in this one. This is their final weapon round, and they take the fight to them on Nuke in a map that is difficult to take lobby without getting punished, but they do so cleanly.
You know what I think as well is going to be a little bit of a factor that could affect Anubis is GTZ, if they can't find a round on the T side here of Nuke, how is that going to fare? How is that going to feel when they move to the most T-sided map in the pool? I feel like their T-side's going to be shaking. It's got to be.
Hoping they'd be relieved, maybe. Finally, might be able to get around. I mean, this would be a bit of a damning stat for a future GTZ Nuke games.
Look,
because what was it you said? 32 rounds?
They've had 32. They've won 6 rounds in total, all of which being on that.
Is that including this
CT
game?
side? Yeah, the stat's still going. They've yet to win a round here on the T side. Not the 32 rounds though. That's just
yeah. I mean,
they're
only
too
going
good.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that'd be worrying. 3 games, no round on your T side. I think a lot of teams, even teams who aren't particularly competent in Nuke, might feel like giving it a bit of a pick against GTZ.
Look, I've got to say, the Instaban was train. Why not try and float that
I'd
over
probably
Nuke?
slide. I'd probably slide trading through. But,
Yeah,
I mean, not necessarily in every series, but I think particularly against a team like GTZ, who are comfortable on Nuke, very much so. And sure, you might look at GTZ and say, okay, they have played Train recently. They are undefeated on it currently. But at least it's a map like Train where even if the stats back you up and say we're great at Train, there are no guarantees. There are no guarantees on that map at all.
Yeah, I think we all knew this is how Nuke was going to play out. The stat line could continue, Charlie. We could see 50 rounds from GTZ on Nuke in 3 maps. Not a single one going their way on their T side.
Yeah, not a record you want to keep for long, but it looks like that's going to be the case. Even more so now as the final players fall. Apogee, exact same scoreline these teams last played on Nuke, and his domination again, 13-5. Apogee probably going to be having a little thinking, why couldn't we have just closed out map number 1? Why couldn't we have continued our streak? But that's neither here nor there now, as Anubis is that final map, Fred. This final battleground for these 2-1 record teams. One of them are going to make it to the playoffs today. The other going to have to wait, and their fate will still be up in the air.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for Anubis, and I think it is going to be a real battle. I think both these teams, they've looked good on it as of late. But the question is, who can take it in this final map? Obviously, the outcome of this will be determined in about 45 minutes' time. But before Anubis is underway, we will be jumping to a break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Final battleground between these two teams now, Charlie, and Anubis to end it all. Obviously, we've seen a perfect record of Anubis from DTZ, being 3 matches as of recent. Obviously, 2 of which have gone the distance, gone to overtime. Same can be said, really, for Apogee. They've looked pretty good on Anubis as well. Obviously, their most recent game being that loss to Copenhagen Wolves, but even still, they've looked very threatening on Anubis, and I believe in the last couple months. So I think there's going to be a great conflict. Any early predictions, though?
It's always tough to say with the GTZ side. We've seen them play it twice with this full 5 now. This year alone, they played 14 maps. Now with this series, that's boosted up to 16. So we still haven't seen a huge amount from this team in general. On the other side of things, when you do consider Apogee, they have been decent at the map. It's been a little bit more inconsistent as this year's gone on. They played 5 games, won 2 of them in comparison to their opponents. Is certainly worse, but they've played a lot more. Some of the teams you can consider that they've played against, I say you can make the argument it's a bit better, but you consider one of GTZ's map wins have been against Apogee themselves. So, I mean, when you look at it like that, we've seen this matchup before. It was a close affair then. I think it's going to be a close affair now.
Yeah, definitely expecting that kind of outcome. I think it's got to be said. I think GTZ, when we looked at the first 7 rounds of this whole series, I think many people would have probably already written them off. Realistically, their Ancient, the start of it was very poor. And I think many from that point onwards would have said, okay, well, Apogee, they should take Ancient. They probably should take the series in a 2-0 fashion. Now we're in a very positive spot for GTZ because, as Yab pointed out, recent form, it's not been great ever since the new year, as you pointed out. 5 games, 3 losses. It's not been great. So Apogee now, obviously, they're going to have the confidence coming off of the back of the success story of Nuke. But I think we expected it, didn't we? We knew that Nuke was going to go their way. I think we would have had to see some absolute craziness to see the likes of GTZ taking that. But yeah, I think this is going to be a close game. Obviously, as you said, the recent head-to-head here was winning, obviously, on the side of GTZ, but not convincing. 13-10. So nearly going the distance, nearly taking all 24 rounds. But look, I think right now, GTZ, I hope they're able to kind of put that Nuke game in the rearview mirror, because otherwise it could create some complications for them. Obviously, Rafax was a huge kind of point of contention, obviously, in that last head-to-head game on Anubis, having a 1.56 rating, ended the game 26-13. So I think it's got to be said that this side, a lot of the success did come off the back of Rafax in that last game. But hopefully we can see a bit more from Rafax because he's been a little bit quiet. But Charlie just got word that there are going to be some slight delays regarding the start of Anubis. So I think what we will do is jump to a break, and then hopefully Anubis will be underway very shortly. Into the action we go now, Charlie. Anubis underway. A big map for both sides. Obviously, the victor here will progress to the playoffs. The other side will have one more opportunity, one more chance, one more series to take it to that 3-win spot in the Swiss stage. But we got word that Apogee were victorious upon the knife round, and they've opted to start on the T side. An A-main, aggressive play here from the likes of GTZ. Demo's got to be cautious. Utility coming over, and the Glocks. Looks nice initially, but the trades are good.
Yeah, it's a weird spot for Apogee to be in now. They've got the bomb down towards A, but instantly GTZ are already nearby. They had a free bomb site on B to go on to take, but a little bit split from the CTs. Damage has been dealt on Opej, but he still manages to find his second of the round.
Bomb is planted for Jacob. Needs to be cautious here. I love the speed in which he's backing away at. Time is ticking. Even find this kill. Body shot's all that's needed. Opej will go down. Big clutch from Jacob and Apogee. An important start on Anubis.
Yeah, nice 1 versus 2 to find that from Jacob, like you said. Clearly information relayed that the final player is low, just goes for the body shots.
Gotta be said though, look. With 4 players aggressing A main, I think we got to say the T's do well to go 2 for 2 there.
Yeah, I mean, just up against 2 players. There's just 2 Ts. And yet, still they managed to, like you said, go 2 for 2. It's not a bad spot to find themselves in.
Force buy again though. We saw this from GTZ on Nuke and obviously yielded them a lot of success, a real stint of success. But whether they'll have that same response here is the question. Gotta be cautious here. Oh, and the Eagle of Rafax.
Spam through the smoke. Does find that kill, so opening has been found by the CT side, but let's see if they can translate it into anything.
Yeah, Jacob's in a good position here because the MP9 MS is trapped, Rafax falls as well, and this double kill, it's going to draw rotations across. We've already seen it from a player in camera. Jacob's got to be cautious. Snappy is close by. Now, Snappy found by Jacob, a lovely triple here. He's 5-0. Look, Jacob's had a very quiet series so far. For a player who usually is the life of the party here for Apogee, hasn't been too effective yet here. Jacob's looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned he was a little bit quiet in this series in comparison to the last time out. What a way to start things off on Anubis here.
He's got the lowest rating of all 5. He's usually the one at the top. That's usually kind of a guarantee for Apogee. But final 2 players in GTC, just going to say there's no real need for them to look for kills here. Give a bit of a chance in the next. But the force buy has not gone well here for GTZ. They won't deny Apogee, and the streak now can be kind of formed here.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's some weaponry that GTZ can look to see if they can do a bit of damage with in this next round.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they can get maybe 1 kill here with the MP9, it will just account for a far better investment here in the next. But Apogee, it's a strong start. It really, really is. And I think for a map that GTZ have been undefeated on, I think Apogee, they definitely want to start things how they mean to end. Especially on the basis that we probably could have seen a 2-0 here. You know, Ancient was just so good.
Yeah. I mean, we probably, yeah, like you said, we probably should have done Apogee. I mean, if they do fall in this series, and obviously, if they put themselves to that spot where elimination's right around the corner, then I think they're probably going to be kicking themselves and looking back to Ancient and thinking, if only we could replay after those first 7 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of utility sent here from Apogee onto the A-bomb site. Rafax with the P250 in hand. Wonder if he's going to try and progress through the smoke once the tap of the bomb comes through, but I think many would be very against that decision. And Demo, he's denied any chance of that. Jacob, close by to the camera smoke. There is a player there, but as the swings from heaven are met with the HE grenade and the bullets, just the 1 kill found was on Opej, so could maybe drop over an AWP to Rafax. Obviously, Rafax, financially, pretty stable spot anyway, so No Pitch is just going to be looking for full utility. Going to need to get a kit as well, because there isn't a diffuse kit in play here for GTZ. And obviously, I feel like the way in which Apogee played on Ancient, played on Nuke, it seems like they play a lot of us as a pack. So kit now has been invested. No need for me to highlight that at the end of the round. I feel like that is probably my biggest critiquing of most teams. Orbs in play for both sides now.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen overall the AWPers exactly light up the server unbelievably. Both of them have had their moments, certainly, but it definitely have been the rifle as it feels like we've been touching on most today. So I wouldn't mind this one being a bit of an AWP-centric map to finish things off on.
Charlie, something I've got to point out. Right now, MS, across map 1 and 2, 12 and 31.
Yeah, it's not a great stat line to have. I mean, I was going to say I thought he was underwhelming on Nuke, but I think that goes without saying. Good retake towards mid there from GTZ. Man advantage found. A lot of damage dealt to Hypex. The bomb on his back, so he can't just stay towards mid as this lurk. He has to get involved in the action, but...
Oh, the molly. Lopez is going to be forced out into the open. Got to find this pick onto Demo. Successful here, and Hypex will fall as well. The double from Snappy's excellent. Not only is it a great trade, but it's the fact he finds that second, and Nopej, although he seemed trapped on the bomb site, important kill into A main. So look, GTZ, first full bite, has worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, great round there from GTZ. Needed to start things off strongly here. You can't let Apogee run away with things on this T side. You know what GTZ were like on the unfavoured side of Nuke? I mean, we know what they were like on the favoured side, to be fair, so... Maybe better we just forget about Nuke and try to move on.
That's certainly what GTZ are going to have to do. I like the idea there. It seemed like Rafax wanted to search for an early opener towards B main. Denied by the Molotov, but I like the fact that Rafax is wanting to play on the front foot here with the AWP. I think it's the goal that has to be seen. 8 of the smoke here, though. Snappy worried about player close by. Going to drop the smoke once again. And the fight for Connect is always one that I feel like the vast majority of utility from both sides is sent kind of defending and keeping this control. Snappy's been dropped another smoke, but seems like Demo and Prism might just shift their way through here. I love the idea of this. Flashbang comes through, no shifting. Control's been taken, and now HVAR and Jacob can look to make their way out of B main. Molotov onto platform, but haven't spotted players yet. Jacob with a perfect spam will get one. Can double down as well, and HVAR finding Snappy. B-bomb site ripped apart, even with 3 defenders. Apogee. They make GTZ look a little bit silly there.
Yeah, I mean, great spams through the smokes there. Excellently done. You see MS tries to get a kill back, tries to spam through to see if he can keep the round alive, but instead just gives his position away. Allows Jacob to take him down as well, and Apogee will confirm for GTZ their 1-round victory is gonna stay at 1. Just that single round in isolation.
Jacob's had a very tough game throughout. He's 25 and 25. Okay, yeah, neutral KD wise. He's got 1.05 rating. He's 10 and 1. And I think it was. We always look at Jacob, and he's always the player here for Apogee that you say, well, he's going to be the top performer. We can get kind of that question out of the way. But I think the fact that now Jacob is stepping up. Okay, yeah, Prism not having the most impact. Hypex on the AWP hasn't really been able to find much. But it's the fact that Jacob's just denying and just absolutely bodying everyone he comes across. And I think right now that's what Apogee have kind of needed to have that differential here on Anubis. Because, don't get me wrong, I feel like GTZ, although sample size is low, we know that they are a competitive team here on Anubis. But I think this is the Jacob we were expecting. And better late than never, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Whatever happened in map number 1 and 2 now doesn't matter. It is irrelevant. Play this like a best of 1. This is the game that matters. Both of you, both sides, are 1 map away from advancing to the playoffs. And similarly, both of you are 1 map away from getting knocked down into that 2 and 2 record, and we know how scary it is for teams that are there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's where, backs against the wall, no errors can be seen. I'm loving this A main aggression. The molly's sent there, but kind of just to deny any rushes and players are peeking behind it. Prism, close proximity to Snappy on the 5-7. This is a half buy around some 2-save rifles. It's come down to the 5-on-3. I think nade of the smoke's got to be the way to go. Don't spot anything with it though, Snappy. So close to being sighted, MS. One bullet connecting. Oh, and the AWP falling here. Hypex taken down. This is the type of round that I think GTZ... It's nice to get a round like this, to have a bit of fortune on your side. Not over yet, though. Although they're on a 5 versus 2, and you're kind of confirming the round should go their way. All it takes is this mid-hold to get denied, and that's where we can talk about some real possibilities. But HFAR has been this top performer, has been this really impressive player. I think either one of them could really see each other, but Linko, well, it's eventually connecting. GTZ, they're going to have a lot of money to work with now because they've retrieved 3 weapons. The only player who needs to invest is Rafax, and Lopez is going to be dropping an AWP across. So money's in a good position here for GTZ. The same cannot be said, though, for the likes of Apogee because they got the low loss bonus. Yes, they can get out a buy, but there's no utility on HFAR. Demo, Jacob, and Prism were very limited as well. This is the turning point that GTZ have been hoping for.
Yeah, just got to pass this challenge and bring themselves straight back into this game, even on this CT side. Fast take towards E-Box from Apogee. Prism dropping the molly. Starting to clear this position out now. 3 defenders here towards B. That looks like that is where Apogee are planning on hitting. Great find there from Jacob through the smoke, taking down Linko. Snappy does one better though, 2 kills back. Advantage, CT.
Yeah, the problem is they've lost a fair few kills here towards B. It's not as though they have much control in middle or towards A main, and that's why we can see GTZ looking to take this control towards B main. They would have heard the utility and the steps here in canals, and in doing so they can take all of this control. And now Apogee, not only do they have limited utility to clear out the bomb site, but they're also in a position where they are going to have no knowledge here of the player deep being Nopej. I love it from Apogee though, just go silent. They've got to try and find this temple controller, or maybe get players even in CT. But now, look where Nopej is. He's far too far out of the action. Oh, I believe it's Snappy, in fact. But even still, far too far away. Prism can find this pick onto MS. That's the B-bomb site open. And this is where GTZ, they've kind of overcomplicated this round massively. They've just gambled, well, there's no one outside B main. It's going to have to be A. And now it's a 3-on-3. There's a low HP Snappy. The bomb's been planted for, at least 10 seconds now. The retake becomes very difficult.
Now becomes impossible. Rafax keeping this AWP alive, but Apogee, there's a couple of moments where they seemingly allow GTZ into the game, but they never actually allow them to get a foothold in. Just these one mistakes, GTZ capitalize, get around off of it, but they're never allowed to string these rounds together.
The way in which GTZ play that CT round is very reminiscent to what we saw from Apogee's CT on Ancient. When you think back to map 1, they take some control and they just gamble. They just assume, well, it's not going to be B. Let's just prepare for this A play. Let's gamble that it's going to be A. And then Apogee get a timing, they go elsewhere. But it's just so unnecessary. I think GTZ, they just outplay themselves there. There's really no benefit. I think if Snappy just stayed tucked away there on the right-hand side, I think could have looked to maybe deny the bomb, could have got that early information just with the jiggle. But MS as well, I think he's assuming, well, Snappy's deep towards B main. They can't come temple. So big mistake for GTZ, especially with that kind of being the turning point round. But nice find from Rafax. Early opener, quick play out of Connector. MS trying to survive. HFAR will get the pick with the AWP of Rafax again on the back of the bomb side. Missed shot here from Rafax. Demo's in an excellent position to find Nopej. Down to the 1 versus 3 though, gone 1v2 for Demo. A low HP MS, a reposition for Linko. Molly's good. I don't know what he can do, but he spots out Linko. He's now got information of both players here. They're going to look to fight him. I love this decision making, and it's absolutely excellent. We do see a TK, but who cares? GTZ. Great positioning there. Rafax on the AWP as well. a little bit more what we want to see from him.
Yeah, Demo just fumbles with util a little bit too much. The GTZ opt to make the decision that it is just smarter to take the fight. If he dropped that nade out earlier, there's a chance he does take down the low HP player and then puts himself in that 1 versus 1. The money's broken for Apogee. It is still a decent enough buy. Oh, great info though gained there from Snappy. Gets a dink, backs away with a ton of info. And look at the minimap of the rotations. The CT's bolstered up this B defense.
I would have really liked to see one of the GTZ players try and take some control here. We saw the back away on the A bomb site from Nopej. We've seen Rafax look to play passively in camera. Snappy gets all this information, yeah. They've not had any control off of it. We are going to be seeing a late retake in middle, and I think we will see Nopej go there as well. But it's going to be the play through B, as we anticipated. The FAMAS not connecting as of such, and Prism can find some kills here. We see the 2B defenders go down for nothing. Although weaponry is still favouring GTZ, these HE grenades are going to have to be well positioned here from Rafax and Nopej, but it's just going to be the save. Oh, GTZ. This really has been a game of mistakes, hasn't it?
I mean, it certainly has been. I mean, what a way for it to be on map number 3. But once again, GTZ, all 3 of their rounds just been in isolation. So saving these weapons is going to be important. Being allowed to do so even more. Apogee not going to hunt too much. And with the money they've already got in the reserve, the win reward, the win bonus on top of it, Apogee going to be pretty set now for a good couple of rounds at least. Coming into this one, are you expecting specifically anything on the half? Or are you expecting just a bit more of a standard T side where you may be looking at something like 8?
To me, I think if GTZ lose this round, it goes 9-3. I think the loss bonus is really low. Obviously, if they lose this, they're then obviously on an eco again, so we should see an 8-3, and that's where money's not even that good because it's going to be the 2.4. So I think there's actually a big round. Obviously, 3 players saving. They've got decent weapons. Obviously, they've got 4 rifles, including the AWP. Obviously, the FAMAS, so I guess they kind of outweigh each other. And the MP9 can work well. My only issue is that the MP9 is one of these kind of 2 defenders on B, and there's limited utility defending B and Snappy and MS, and a lot of, well, the majority of rounds, Apogee have head their way towards B. So I think that decision alone is a bit of a conflicting one. But as the minimap portrays, Apogee will be making their way towards A, in fact, and the setup here for GTZ is going to be pretty good. But H-Bar spots out 1, can find the AWP. Information that there's still 2 defenders here towards the A bomb site. Smoke should delay, should deny. MS has to survive, though. If he goes down towards B, this round becomes very difficult. And it looks as though Nopej is going to want to fade the smoke. He's got a teammate alongside him. I feel like this only goes 2 ways. They either get all the kills in A, or they both go down for nothing. Let's see what they have to offer. Demo going to be the one taking contact. Bit awkward here. They will find 2 picks. Nice from Jacob, though, outside B main. Taking down MS, that lone defender. Now needs to be worried here about Temple, but the bomb is going to make its way onto A. I love this from Hypex. The only problem is he's got the AWP. I think if he had a rifle, he'd be able to clear out these angles far quicker. He's got a lot of util to work with, but just fixated on Heaven. We need to see some form of
there's
acceleration.
20 seconds. Yeah, he's got to start to do something now. Finally, he'll do so just due to his teammate being close enough, but it will allow these CTs to push in and try to deny the bomb.
Great fight from Jacob, though, finding Linko. Now all on Snappy. We've seen so much from Snappy throughout. Timing goes against him, though. Hypex can fight. As predicted, though, and as projected, seems like Apogee are going to have an easy route for an 8th. And already, you know, a 7-5 scoreline is pretty decent on a map like Anubis. And I think the fact that they should find an easy 8th as well, not going to be easy here for GTZ. The main aggression actually works out quite nicely. I thought the T's would have done far more. But again, as I said, MS, the lone defender towards B, it's always going to be difficult for him.
Yeah, this is what it does. GTZ opting to gamble over towards that B side of things. Just freeing up all that room Ibex, here's the rotation. Calls for the rotation back towards A. Get him into that open bomb site, and that's all she wrote from there. But yeah, 8 feels like it's going to be a guarantee here. And then obviously we're having a question about 9, and at that point, that's where the panic alarms really will start to go off for GTZ.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rafax just opt for the glass cannon here. Maybe play for an early peek towards bridge, or you know, look for an early peek in connector. I think with the AWP, he has had moments on the back of the B bomb site where he's been able to get, you know, double kills, but I feel like there hasn't been that kind of early aggression looking for a pick in middle or looking for a pick towards A or connector. I feel like we need to see a little bit more of a proactive nature here from Rafax. Otherwise, I think he's not going to have the impact he probably hoped to on the CT side here, because it is the CT side vast majority of the time. Oh, we could see a knife kill. Oh, it's an attempt! He's missed! How has the bomb gone down?
I mean, it's very chaotic in a round like this. Jacob needed to find the kill. Emerges onto the bomb side to try to support his team. MS with this AWP, though. Will go down for nothing, but the rest of the CTs, they're delaying, trying to pick up weapons, and it allows the aim to reset. Jacob again, the star. Oh, what on earth has happened there from Apogee?
Yeah, look, luckily for them, they've got decent finances. It's not going to impact their final round, but I think for GTZ, certainly a possibility there. They had man advantage at one point, but already Apogee, 8 rounds found. I think they certainly could find themselves a 9th, but we do have Rafax on the AWP. I hope he doesn't look to play passive. He's got to look to play on the front foot. We do see a double A main play currently, so maybe we're going to see him look to post up towards A main early on. I think it would be a great decision, but the speed that HFAR's taking here towards middle, if they smoke off camera, this could be a very difficult round. Oh, a lot of damage onto MS. Snapping out. Having to turn his attention elsewhere. Utility coming through. Hypex still on this elevated angle. But look how worried they are about middle. HFAR. Now the smoke's faded. You're gonna re-aggress. His attention,
though, goes down for nothing towards A.
Yeah, that's a big problem. Because now the A player is completely trapped. We've seen already HFAR take control into camera. No Pej, smoked off the angle. I don't really know why he's still holding this smoke.
I mean, Apogee just need to make the decision to push, because look, you're now starting to see the mid-crunch come through. Jacob will find one, though. And that's huge for him.
And no Pej, he's got the round. He's got everything in the palm of his hand. We will see the AWP get one. One can be denied here. How is Nopej still alive? How has he been allowed to survive here? And now HFAR all alone. HE grenades, nice. Just whittling him away. 20 seconds here. Nopej doesn't need to peek really, but he's going to cross. There is a flashbang here. On the AWP is Nopej. Flash coming through, minimal time. Oh, HFAR catches him off. I really like it from HFAR. He knows that Nopej might try and attempt to deny the plant. So we do see Apogee find themselves their 9th, but there's many moments in that round that you have to say, Apogee, what are they doing? Very late to crunch on A. Obviously, we saw the 2 players pushing through the smoke when it was about to fade. Obviously, then Nopej gets a double. Still no one's holding him. I don't really know, but
I mean, after Nopej found the first, I'm like, okay, this is where they'll start to deal with him. Maybe if he's lucky, he might be able to find a second. And you see the player on the bomb site just sticking the bomb. He's getting shot at.
How is Nopej in that clutch?
I mean, yeah, madness there. Great attempt from Nopej, though, we have to say. But this is now a very tricky situation for GTZ to find themselves in. Your opponents are 4 rounds away from being able to take this series and advance to the playoff spot that you so desperately want.
Yeah, and in the past, GTZ, they've not been perfect on pistol rounds. They've had 7 here on Anubis in these last 4 games, only victorious upon 2 of them. And for a pistol round that holds so much weight here for them, they've got to show something different. Again, though, look at MS, 3 and 10. I pointed out MS going into this game, 12 and 31. They're only 15 and 41. Not to be too kind of disrespectful, this might be one of the the lowest performances that we've seen here across the whole series.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be far off.
Sorry to be so blunt, and you know, my apologies to the GTZ fans, but I'm sure they'll be thinking the same thing.
Oh, they'll probably be thinking it more than anyone else.
Ooh, Demo's been spotted by Snappy. It's all a ruse.
Yeah, look at these rotations. A lot of them. Apogee on map number 1, heavily over-rotated at times.
Ooh, steps him in her. Demo's in an excellent position here. Demo, he can get himself 2. Hypex, in fact, is the one to find that kill. Hypex continues with the USP. The final player in Nopez. She's been spotted towards A main. The bomb's been dropped. It's a 1v4. And as predicted, pistol round falls very flat here for GTZ unless we can see this Glock win the 1 versus 4. Got a minute to play with.
Yeah, but without the bomb, there's not a huge amount you can do in this. And there's sure you've got a lot of time to play, but you can't really outplay your opponents. You can't reposition anywhere because at the end of the day, you still need to make it back to this bomb. Eventually be spotted. We could even see a big 4-man swing if they wanted to.
They don't need to. Lopez is kind of questioning. Look, the bomb's been dropped. Why have I only seen one of you? We will see that 4-man swing. HFAR can be the one to eliminate Apogee. They find themselves 10, double digits secured after 13 rounds of play. And surely we see GTZ opt for the force here. It won't be benefited by a bomb plant, but they've kind of got to give it a go. They cannot allow Apogee a free route to an 11-3 scoreline. I think that's where we'd all assume this series could come to a close. So we are going to see the force here from GTZ. A big decision to make, but I think it's got to be said it's the right one.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a huge amount of choice, do you? You can see this one up and you're 2 rounds away from losing this series. Like we've mentioned already, this feels like a game where we've seen a lot of mistakes from both sides. Do you really trust yourself not to make just a couple of mistakes that'll lose you the game? You've got to give yourself a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, and as well, look, it would just mean that if they opt for the eco, Apogee find 11, GTC need 8 rounds in a row here just to bring things level. And don't get me wrong, the map's T-sided, but we saw the difficulties of the T-side of Nuke. Nice fight here from the MP9s, but Jacob from Temple, nice find. Hypex rotated towards CT. He's got a teammate right behind him as well, and now all on Nopez. Not quite a 1v4, but just a Tech 9. The bomb drop once again. I think Nopez is going to be really struggling here. MP9 could be retrieved. I believe there's an HE grenade there as well. Hypex is isolated here. Ooh, Step's been hurt. Nopez not quite anymore. Tech 9 needing to connect, but he's snuck away with a bomb here. I quite like this. Nopez, he's got some time to work with. Realizing best chance to isolate the fight. Hypex now repositioning. HE grenade to land on his position. Oh, a perfect HE, but it might not matter. Smoke's landed. Bullets fired. Hypex victorious, and Apogee 2 rounds away now from playoffs. I think GTZ, force until the end? They've got to.
I mean, you are sort of at that point, yeah. Well, look, I mean, you know you can eco this, and you're gambling you win 9 rounds in a row. We're seeing a tactical pause out from them. Unsurprisingly, you need a bit of extra time just to discuss what can we do in this round. Right now, we've been shut down everywhere we turn.
Do you know what I'd love to have seen? Galil dropped across from Linko and MS. They invest in utility. We see a bit of a play towards B main. Smokes, mollies, flashes. You just set the 3 Galils up. Because Snappy was able to invest in one of his own. I think that's their best chance. You've got to hope to set these players up. And don't get me wrong, we've got a couple Mac 10s, a couple Tech 9s. Utility's okay. But I think without rifles here, they're really going to struggle. Apogee looked very clinical, ability-wise. And I think the fact that they do have the favoured weapons here and the utility, I think GTZ are really going to struggle. But
I mean, the fact that we're on par potentially to see GTZ have less rounds on Anubis than they did on Nuke would be, I think, a surprise to everyone, considering how close this game was last time these two played on it, on this map specifically. A map that GTZ went on to win.
Yeah, exactly. But it's clear that Apogee have done a lot of work here on their Anubis.
GTZ haven't.
Yeah. Snappy searching for an early opener through the smoke. Can be a cheeky way to get that kill, but I think a risk has got to be taken here. And although it might sound silly, I think MS has got to try and creep his way out of a smoke or try and do something. GTZ right now, they're opting for a default approach, which I think might come back to bite them. They've smoked off House, but eventually this space is going to be cleared by HFAR, and the proximity of players here for Apogee is perfect. They're going to send a flash, they're going to spot the mids open. Now the utility's coming down towards B. At least the molly's going to force them out, and HFAR not shying away. We'll get one. Jacob not flashing off the angle, gets a lucky double, makes it 3, and Hypex through the smoke to take down Rafax. Jacob, 21-5.
Yeah, monstrous performance from him. We've been crying out for his individual level all series long. Apogee have been crying out, and here he is when it matters most, the final map. And he has put on quite a performance to send GTZ to that 2-2 record.
Right now, I don't expect a 4K out of Jacob, but if he somehow gets there, he'll be getting the same amount of kills on Anubis as to what we saw on both his Nuke and Ancient combined. But Prism getting aggressive here. Snappy not hearing these steps. I don't really know how that's not been communicated, or at least heard, but Prism with a double. Game, set, match. Enjoy the playoffs, Apogee, because that's the 2 rifles falling. Now, they've got 1 on MS. Gone back to retrieve that, but 3 smokes, 1 molly, 1 flash against the full investment and the 5 players for Apogee.
I mean, this is going to be a excruciating and a slow way for GTZ to go down. Surely Nopej does fall. The trade's good enough. And HFAR will be the player to confirm Apogee make it to playoffs with a domination against GTZ here. 13-3, 13-5 beforehand. And we have to say, Apogee, they faltered on map number 1. They really could have went on to win all 3 maps today.
Yeah, and exactly, and I think the best thing for Apogee is, obviously they understand that Ancient should have been theirs for the taking. The fact they did lose it, you know, it's not the end of the world for them because they are so strong on Nuke, because they are so confident on Anubis as well. But I think they know that their map pool not only has so many strengths, but it's also the fact that they realise, okay, yeah, we messed up big time on Ancient, we probably should have won it there. But it didn't knock their confidence. They looked stellar on Nuke. They looked incredible on Anubis as well. And I think right now, GTZ, they've got to realise that Apogee, they probably won the vetoes from the get-go. We expected Apogee to probably win this game just based off the performance on map 1 alone after those first 7 rounds. But look, they are victorious. They do make their way to playoffs. Obviously, a couple teams alongside them have already made that progression in Spirit Academy, Fnatic, and Bait. But, Charlie, we've got one more game for this evening. It is 500 against OG, so we will see another team creep their way through to the playoffs. And what we can do, Charlie, is we can bring up the Swiss stage as seen on screen. I want to hear your prediction, right? 500 OG, they're both 2-1. They both had pretty decent Swiss stages. I want to get your prediction for that game.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to make. I mean, there's a lot of known players on both sides. I mean, I like a lot of the players on 500.
Yeah. Good side.
I think OG's definitely the safer shout. I mean, neither of them really are right now, to be fair. I think it's going to be a great game. I honestly think both teams are super evenly matched right now. If I was going to give you one, I'd slightly edge with OG, I think. But what a game we do have coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we've already got to see 2 teams guarantee themselves spots in that playoffs. The fact that one of these 2 teams can as well. We've mentioned teams that we feel like deserve or have a really good chance to make it there. I mean, coming into this Swiss stage, I probably would have put both of them down. And the fact that we're coming up in this head-to-head against 500 versus OG next, I think it's going to be a banger. Yeah,
going to be a great game, as you touched upon. Won't be joined by us. It will be the wonderful Wild Deity and MNJ to talk you guys through. But that's been it from us. The game should be up and coming very, very shortly. So sit tight, sit back and relax, because I'm excited for it. But that's been it from us, and we'll be into that 3rd series in a matter of moments.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live once again with the playoffs. Qualification chances is what I was trying to say. I lost my brain there for a second, but I'm glad I've got Josh on my left, maybe my right. Who the hell
I wasn't
knows?
particularly helpful, though, was I? I just sort of blankly looked at you and was like, I don't know what he's getting at here.
Yeah, you're just like, we didn't hire this guy. Who is this?
Just rocked up. But yeah, we've got a good game, a very, very good game. Obviously, OG against 500. Two teams have been on pretty good form recently. Things are heating up here in the CCT Season 17. Now, we've already talked in our previous games that we've covered about just how competitive this season really is. And, you know, that's sort of coming into full force here as we get into these 2-1 matchups. We've seen a couple of good ones today as well. That GTZ Apogee game going the distance. I wouldn't be surprised if this one does too. Although 500 have been on some pretty ridiculous form recently, if I'm being honest. They've beat some very, very good teams. They're coming off of a major high earlier on today, beating Big, and it wasn't just a win, it was a 2-0, and it was very convincing. It was 13-9 and 13-6. And yeah, you know, they were really just playing their own game, very aggressive, very confident, and I wouldn't be surprised if they come in with the same kind of mindset today. But we'll have to wait and see. It's our final round 4 matchup, so yeah, we'll get this one wrapped up. We'll see who's making it through and who gets into that 2-2 position.
Yeah, I mean, when you're up on the 2-1 record, right, you're thinking, okay, one game, I'm straight into the playoffs, and, you know, it doesn't seem quite threatening to go into the 2-2 bracket, sure, but, I mean, beyond that, then you're just hanging on by a thread, right? It's either qualification or it's just a straight-up elimination. And
it doesn't seem threatening now, but then when you're there and you get seeded against, like, a Monty or something, then, yeah, then, then you start to worry.
For sure. Now, of course, looking at this particular matchup, right, 500 versus OG, like, this is one of those games where I'm actually pretty sure that either team is feeling a little bit of pressure, considering that they're so close with how good they've been looking so far. I think both teams have some great stuff to say about them. I think 500 have been playing really nicely recently. If you look at the side of Spook, if you look at the side of OG, you know, we've seen Spook really step into the big boy shoes and perform quite well on OG. So I feel like there's some silver lining for either team, and I just want to see what particular cylinders are going to be firing off today.
Yes, so this is your breakdown of the 500 boys right now in front of you. Ships, Rainwaker, Cirque, Spellan calling the shots, and Oxygen. Now, as of recent, I have been incredibly impressed with Oxygen. I think he has really stepped up in these past few weeks, and he's been shining. He's had these monster performances where he's dropping sort of 30, 40 kills. He's just been absolutely nuts. Ships also has been incredible. He's just kind of doing Ships things. I think it's not as surprising that Ships is having these lights out performances, because that's been a staple of Ships and his career throughout the past sort of 5, 6, 7 years. But yeah, it's lovely to see these two boys sort of in the spotlight right now, where normally all eyes are on Rainwaker, all eyes are on Cirque, and I think that gives them, you know, a little bit of weight off their shoulders. There's less pressure on them to majorly perform because they've got great pieces behind them, and I think that this is a really good foundation of a team that could absolutely build into a tier 1.5, maybe even tier 1 roster as they qualify for more and more things. Obviously, that win I was talking about earlier against Big, that's for Blast Rising. They'll play against Astralis tomorrow. If they win that one, they'll be one best of 3 away from qualifying for the Blast Lisbon event and whatnot. And yeah, it feels like these guys are kind of on the up, definitely. When you look at where they were last year, sort of outside of the top 100, this has been a major climb.
It's pretty crazy as well, because these players have always looked like they would be at least flirting with the top echelons of CS, but we never actually get to see that materialize, and it's a bit disappointing, right? You look, you sort of dial it all the way back in the older Bulgarian scene. You think of teams like Fiend, you know, you're looking like I mean, it's sort of like slipping my mind a little bit, right?
Skade.
But like when you would, Skade, right? So those teams have been hyper competitive at some point, right? Like they were serious forces to be threatened, to be reckoned with, but we're not quite seeing that potential from 500 just yet. Maybe it's just a scene has gotten more competitive because those are pretty old times, right? But at the same time, it does kind of feel like this team has never quite been the sum of their parts, at least not up until now. Now they're playing pretty damn good. They recently beat Big, pretty impressive results. If they can perform well in the coming days, I certainly think that they could have an upward trajectory. But I think enough about 500. I do want to talk a little bit about OG as well, because with the current iteration of their roster, with Spook having to step into the big guns, I was a bit worried at the start. But then I get to see their performance against Fnatic the other day. Sure, not a victory, but Spook was playing pretty damn good.
He really is. He's filled the shoes beautifully. I've not been a very big fan of OG's decision making over the past couple of years. I think that they've made a lot of questionable pickups. Spook absolutely isn't one of them. Coming in from Johnny Speeds last month, he played fantastically well in that roster. He's fit in right here beautifully, and yeah, he's playing very well. He's playing above his ranks, and yeah, it's nice to see him with a support network like this. You know, under Johnny Speeds, it's a mixed team. They didn't have funding and whatnot. Side like OG have obviously got that support network and that staff behind him to sort of help him take that next step. And yeah, he's been around for a little while, but he's actually still a very young player and has a lot of potential to grow further. He's only 23, so yeah, I'm excited to see what the future holds for OG with Spook within this roster. As I say, I think he's been very good since joining. But they've got great pieces. And I think finally we're starting to see an OG that feel comfortable. You know, it's always felt like in previous iterations there's been a weak link. There's been these sort of transition periods, whereas there's excuses because it's they've just brought in a new player or they've just had to swap so and so. So there's always sort of an excuse for an underperformance. But yeah, they've brought in Spook. He's been very good and they're climbing quite nicely. So I actually think this sort of tees up to be a very good and very competitive match because you've got two teams that are on good form.
Yeah, good form, good pieces, lot to fight for. And I think with the VRS system and everything in place, right, we're also now in a position where every team is going to be fighting tooth and nail for every single point that they can get. Everything that you can compete in is going to matter as much as you can possibly expect it to. So there aren't going to be any underperformances, I think. I think teams are also just more inclined to show up much better prepared in every single one of these tournaments, which I guess does end up giving us better quality of Counter-Strike. So I think 500 versus OG, you're right, it's teed up to be a fantastic match. I think if I wanted to sort of put a couple players in the limelight, I would probably be looking at that Cirque versus Spook matchup, because previously when I watched them against Fnatic, I was looking at whether or not Spook could sort of deliver against an AWPer like Bermalov, right? And he did that. In a really in-demand player for good reason. He's got the veterancy. He's a really in-demand player for good reason. He's got the veterancy. He's got the firepower. He's got everything to boot. But of course, everything is going to sort of come down to where we're going to be seeing this fighting take place. It's 500 with the instant ban of Nuke, Mirage not wanting to be played by OG. I want to see where this Veto goes. Okay, Inferno, almost a staple for the players that you see in 500, isn't it?
Yeah, a very good Inferno team. They picked it against Big earlier on and they won it there. It was very scrappy, actually. It started off like trading back and forth, and it was a lot of force by round wins from 500 that actually sort of swung it in their favor. But yeah, they are a very good Inferno team. Both teams quite confident on Ancient, so no major surprises that one comes up. But with neither playing Train at the moment, it does just create this real opportunity for both teams to pick into their strongest suit and give us sort of something quite interesting. Now, 500 have been playing a fair bit more than OG have recently, so definitely more blows under their belt. When you sort of break it down into the percentages when it comes to these maps, 500 definitely with the advantage. OG have kind of shied away from Dust 2 a little bit, so if it does come to that decider, that'll be interesting. They did play it a couple of weeks ago against BC Game. They won it. That was in Compass 13-11. But yeah, just haven't had as many results as of recent. Now, we do have matchup on record between these two sides, but it was back in October last year, so not too much that we can go off of that. They did play against each other in the Hell Cup. That was pre-Spook coming in. It was a 500 win, but it did go to 3 maps, and actually 2 of the 3 maps went to OT. So if that's any sort of yardstick, a precedent to be set here for this being a close affair, I think that's a pretty good.
Yeah, and, you know, as much as I would love to straight up just jump into the action 500 and OG, right, we actually do have to wait a little while longer because OG have elected to use their technical timeout so that they can finish up an ongoing match. Yes, it's a hectic schedule, nothing you can do about it. You know, CS2 calendar, it's just as packed as it can be. So we're just going to wait that out. Hopefully they can wrap things up. Otherwise, it could be a forfeit map. Hopefully, it never comes to that because this is a really spicy matchup. But we should be back with Word in just a moment. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after a break. Well, guys, in an interesting turn of events, it turns out that because of schedules overrunning, 500 and OG have decided to settle things over a fist fight, which, of course, 500 won in about 5 seconds' time, courtesy of them being big, Bulgarian, and rugged. That being said, all jokes aside,
It wasn't pretty.
OG have... Sorry?
It wasn't pretty.
Yeah, we had to witness it. We couldn't catch it on stream because, unfortunately, we can only record computer monitors and we don't have any real cameras here on set. But yeah, like shenanigans aside, OG have had to forfeit their game simply because of schedules being overrun and conflicts, meaning that they are gonna have to forfeit. They do still have another chance though. They're still in the 2-2 bracket, and that means that 500 are gonna be coasting through to the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a shame because it's not one of those games that we come into and say, oh yeah, this was like chalked up to maybe be a one-sided match anyway. I actually think that would have been really close. But yeah, there's a nice luxury that OG will still have a 2-2 matchup. The only concern is, as we were saying before, it's a very, very competitive Swiss stage, and it's not going to be an easy 2-2 game. You got Sashi, Sinners, Alliance, Fireflux, GTZ, all very, very capable sides that could absolutely wipe them out and maybe make them regret their decision to not play this matchup. But either way, if you are an OG fan, they're playing in the Dallas Quals. If you want to go check that one out. But yeah, I think that sort of wraps things up for us. It's a bit of a shame. I was really looking forward to covering this game, but we've got more. We've got another one tomorrow, so we're good.
Yeah, it is really disappointing, of course, that we didn't get to see the action play out. These are two teams. We're super close in terms of the ranking, in terms of the form. I was really looking forward to seeing that Cirque and Spook matchup. But maybe we still get to see it in the playoffs. Who knows? Maybe if OG can make it all the way there after having forfeited this game, that would just be a bit of a flex, right? Like, they didn't even need all that margin of error to make it through. But yeah, that's pretty much about all we can say on that game. I was kind of excited, but it is a bit sad that we can't have it on the stream. That being said, though, of course, CCT Season 2 Series 17 Europe. Man, these are getting kind of long now. It's not over just yet. We're going to have more action coming to you tomorrow, so tune in for that one. And thank you all for being on the broadcast today. We'll catch you tomorrow.